Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started. Hello, hello, hello. See if I remember how to do this now with everything moved. Sorry, like everything is moved. Oh, Doc's already in the Discord. Sweet. So, hi, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to our first D&D live session here on Game Panda Plays. I've got Dr. Purrington and Moose King ready to play with us today. Doc is already in the Discord, so we'll probably hop on with him here in just a second so we can get that started. Everyone hear me okay? Music's okay? Have you ever like done something over and over and over and over again and then make one very minor adjustment and it completely throw everything off? Because I do that all the time, and I did that today. Because of the way my monitors are set up to how both of my computers are set up, the second monitor for my gaming PC that I don't normally use is the monitor that I normally have OBS on, so I had to switch OBS over to a different monitor. And so OBS is now over here, and it's weird for me. But hi. So if I'm like fumbling a bit, that's why, because it is literally throwing my entire world out of balance. But I am so excited to be here today. I am so excited for this. I am watching you in Minecraft right now. Nice. Like you have like a Minecraft setup, like, or you have like a build setup that has like a Twitch channel, because that's awesome. Like all of that is awesome. But yeah, welcome on in, everyone. Welcome on in. I should probably hop into the... I'm actually in. I just need to unmute myself. All right, let's do this. I heard bated breath and then spicy chicken. All right. catch me up. What's that? Oh no, you. I mean, I'm excited. I've been super pumped for this. I've been writing way too much stuff, to be honest. Like, I kept telling myself, I was like, I want to keep it a little vague, like a little light, so that way we can really test the Whispers and Warlock stuff and let chat come up with a lot of the stuff that's going on. And then I just kind of kept writing and kept writing and kept writing. So when is the casino arc? I mean, as soon as they run into the casino, I believe that's what we'll be spending the next several months on. So maybe tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Ha. Not with the Goblino. Did you recently watch Zootopia? I'm glad this is how we're starting. Yeah. And Moose takes disadvantage on all of his charisma rolls for the rest of the night, and it's a good thing you're not like a paladin or anything. Nice. No, that's perfect. I rolled a 4, so balance. Okay, let's see. So I've got that set up. I'm just trying to make sure I've got everything set up properly here. Let me turn my music off. Yeah, I was wondering if there was a way for me to like hide him from the reactive, but I don't think there is. At least nothing I could find. I like it. Rolled a nat 1 to have this career path. Oh no. some sage wisdom there. All right. Are there any questions? Anything you guys want to talk about or go over before we like officially begin?
I have a million questions, but I feel like we should just begin.
Yeah, right. Like,
yeah.
Where better to start a story than right at the beginning?
I like it. All right. Oh, God, like I'm like nervous in a way. Like I do this all the time, and yet for some reason, this is the one that's making me nervous.
Should we get some music going?
That's all it
yes.
is.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to get some music for you guys.
Oh, it's so auditory. Oh, I love it. Oh my God.
Feel free to, if you guys need to like turn down the music, all you need to do is turn down Kenku FM in Discord as like an individual person, and it'll adjust the volume for you.
Yeah, I'll just set that down a little bit. But oh my God, that's the ambience. Ah,
Oh my, yeah.
I feel whimsical. Let's go. Hell yes.
And for the record, because this is one of the stipulations of using this software, I am using Pocket Bard for our music and ambiance today. It is a free software. They just ask that if you use it in any sessions or any like recordings that you give a shout out. So
I love that.
Fancy,
yeah,
fancy.
it's really cool. It's like a modular like music and ambience thing just for fantasy games and stuff like that. So like I can play music related to different scenarios and places, and you know, have like different weather effects, ambient effects, like one-time push button things. I don't really want to go into too much detail without them paying me. But no, it's pretty cool.
Gotta get
I like it
first, then we'll go to the nitty-gritty.
Exactly. All right,
I'm gonna make a little post here in our chat to just kind of let everybody know that I promise we're not ignoring the fuck out of you. We love you guys, but it's D time, so we might have to lock in for a little bit.
Yep,
yes.
I already put something like that in my chat.
Appreciate it, guys.
Communication, ooh, excuse me. Communication with chat may be a little limited, but we love you all. We're still here.
Yes. Awesome. All right, well, in that case, so you guys have some water or some drinks and everything at hand, ready to get going and begin? You might be seated for a little bit.
So
Yeah, all set.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
In that case,
I will do my best not to cough on stream.
no worries.
I will openly cough into the mic and make it part of my character. Gotcha.
Also fair. All right. In that case, let us begin. Our tale begins in Siren's Deep, a port city with a history of attracting a myriad of people. Not a traditional port in that this city doesn't feed into the country for travel. No, this city rests against the cliffside, much like a barnacle does to a ship. The beams and the structures cling to the rocky outcrops with nothing but the sea below to catch those who have fallen. The city itself can be found bustling with hundreds of people, though only a handful of families actually live here full-time. Many of them come as work becomes available, either to construct ships or join a crew, others simply to peddle their wares from lands both near and far. And many more come to be forgotten, running from a past and hoping to disappear. The locals have a saying for these people just visiting. Much like the tides, they come and go, and the memory may fade from the city and its people, but the sea never forgets. Our two adventurers, Kai and Taldko, arrive of their own accord like so many before them. will their story begin and end as so many others have here? Now, Taldco, you arrive on the 6th day of moon dusk. The winds are calm and the weather is cool, a perfect day to start a new adventure. You arrive in Siren's Deep searching for something, and the best place to look is the local tavern. Would you please introduce yourself, tell me how you got here, and what would you like to do?
Oh shit. Okay, right into it. Hell yes. Right. So, okay.
It's okay. Take your time.
You see Talco as he meanders across the boards here. And he said we're just arriving off the ship, yes?
Yeah, actually, let me go ahead and get us on. This is Siren's Deep. Can you guys both see the page that I'm on? I don't know if I need to, like, drag you in here or not.
I'm still just seeing the Foundry virtual tabletop.
Okay. Do.
Lots of lava and ruins so far.
There it is. Okay. You should be able to see Siren's Deep now.
I see darkness.
Just all darkness.
Really? Oh no.
I can only assume this is because we don't have access to the full map because we're going based on line of sight.
Oh.
So you might have to read out
we're down in the belly of the ship, so we're still in darkness.
How does that look for you guys?
Oh, there you go.
There you go. That's background, all right. Hell yeah.
You nailed it when you said that you guys can't see anything. There's with Foundry, any new scene that you guys enter in, you have token vision for like essentially like a fog of war that you haven't explored yet. If this was our map, that would make sense. Not a map though, just a scene.
All right.
So, sorry to interrupt. You may continue.
No, that's all right. That's all right. No worries across the board. God, where to start? You know, as Talco comes walking off the dock, he stretches himself out nice and wide and thinks accordingly as he stares back at the ship that starts to leave the dock that he always enjoys a good ship ride. And there's just never anything like it. But that's all right. We've got to focus. Got to stay poignant. Got to stay on top. But he wonders for just a second. Did he grab everything off the ship? Everything come with him? Starts patting down his pants a little bit, like, we're missing something. That's all right. It's about time we get moving on this anyways. And he slowly meanders off to the bar. Because if nothing else, time for a good fucking drink.
I like it. So you head off to your local tavern then? Is that...
I do indeed. I head off to the local tavern.
Perfect. So our local tavern, that is going to lead you to the Gasping Eel. Now... The Gasping Eel is owned by Sulla Rig. You're going to meet Sulla later. However, as you head on your way to the Gasping Eel, let's go ahead and shift our focus to Kai. Kai, now you have made yourself a resident of this tavern for a while now. You came weeks ago. Can you tell me, describe yourself, and let me know what have you been doing these last couple weeks.
All right, I'll do my best with the voice, but just a little sick, so might be a bit difficult.
That's all right.
No pressure. You don't have to do a voice if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I believe I've been making myself accustomed to this area because there's so many lovely non-human residents hanging out with the goblins and the dwarves and all other manners of creatures has been rather pleasant. 6 weeks ago I arrived because I was escaping, I won't say a troubled past, but a past nonetheless. We all have a past we're trying to escape.
I like it.
Let's see. In the dimming light, the flickering light of the candles in the inn, my red scales shimmer, and the tall dragonic form of my body, while outwardly intimidating, is hunched over currently as I attempt to avoid too many of the crowds.
Perfect. I like it. So with that, then, you have been in the Gasping Eel for a couple weeks. You tend to avoid crowds. You tend to avoid too many people. You like to keep to yourself. So you find yourself in the inn every now and again, just drinking, maybe people watching a bit, observing from afar. And one day, on the 6th, you see Taldco enter into the Gasping Eel. Now, Taldco, what is your mood? Like, how are you feeling as you're entering into the Gasping Eel? What are you feeling?
You know, it's always good to be inside of this place, Kate. Just a sweet air of ale. What I am right now is what I am most days. Thirsty. So, Talco is a bit more compared to everyone else. He's a bit stout. You know, life is hard when you're a dwarf. You know? You're not exactly the tallest figure in the room, and sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that's really just the best thing you could be, because it's just so much easier to knock people's knees out that way. You know? But that's never been a problem for Talco. As he meanders on through, goes up to the front, he has to kind of lumber a little bit, you know? Walking in full armor the way you do, you know, it gets a little cumbersome. You know? I mean, it used to fit a lot better. It doesn't fit very well now. It's a little worn. The sea wears it down a little bit over the course of a ride, but it doesn't matter. We look great. And with a quick tightening of the gloves on his hands, he pulls himself up onto the top of that bar stool, situates himself, and gives a quick tap with, let's say, the fuck am I looking for? A copper coin, just taps it on the bar a little bit. Awaiting the bartender.
I like it. Behind the bar, you see a broad-shouldered orc. This is Sulla. Sulla Rig is an ex-sailor. He's in his late 40s. He has a coral-covered prosthetic hand, and he's always just got this like grin on his face. It's never like super happy, but he's always got like a grin on his face. Does that make sense? Do you hear? See what I'm catching?
Right.
But yeah, the room that you're in, it always kind of smells faintly of just like brine and smoke. And he's there, sort of just cleaning up a bit. It's still fairly early in the day. It is hustling and bustling outside, but people haven't come in. Or people have mostly left the inn from eating their breakfasts and grabbing any drinks that they might have. So you find the bar at a bit of a slower point in the day. You do see a couple people still hanging around, though. And Sulla turns to you and he... another new one. Did we get another ship in today?
Aye. It seems as though when the tide rolls in just fine, the ships roll in too. And the rest will stock back up around. And speaking of stock, I'm not particularly worried about what you've got on tap. Whatever you've got, I'll take a quick bite of it.
Aye, you just hungry or you want a drink too?
No, start with the drink. You start with the drink. And then if the hunger sets in after, you work your way towards the meal.
I just got a raid, so I'm going to mute for a little bit.
Okay.
Of course not. Of course not.
Aye. Well, Let me get you something then. And he pours you what is sort of the local favorite here. Many things on tap, but in particular, the sour kelp ale is what is Siren's Deep is known for. So you have a big mug sitting in front of you now. And that'll be a 2 copper when you get a chance. Unless you want to open a tab. You plan on being here for a bit, stranger?
Yeah, that all depends. You've got to start somewhere. You've got to start at the top. You've got to work your way down. These new towns, new peoples, haven't been here a long time. It's all kinds of different. But when the wind blows in the right direction, I'll know it's my time to keep moving. But for now, you see he taps a 2 copper onto the table. I'll just take the pint.
Of course. You let me know if you need anything else, stranger.
See as he spins around on the top of the chair there. He takes the pint, hops on down. Hey, Captain, will do. And goes and seats himself over at a table. Props his feet up and just takes a nice long breath and a nice quick pull.
I like it.
Did miss the land a little bit, can't lie.
All right. Is there anything that you'd like to do? I was going to shift back over to Doc to see if he wanted to do anything, but I believe he's still with his raid.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, perfect timing.
Perfect timing. I actually just grabbed my beer and grabbed myself a seat.
Oh, okay.
Just
wait, did you say by me? Because that's...
No,
like
I grabbed...
by me.
Oh, no, I grabbed myself an ale and found a table. Propped my feet up.
Gotcha.
As we shift back over to Kai, you are watching as this stranger makes his way in, grabs a drink, and sits down. Now, for you, you are a little bit more familiar with how the town works and how everyone's sort of routine is throughout the day. The morning's very, very busy as everyone's getting prepped and ready to go sail out, as people are setting up their stalls and whatnot. And you were there as sort of that morning rush of people getting food and drink to get their day started. And now most of the crowd has left. However, there is still a few people, one in particular that you have met before and you recognize is Grinna, the rope wife. She tends to hang out in the tavern these days. She's retired and mostly she's in her early 60s or so. She is sitting over at the bar, having some stew, and just tying some knots in some ropes, as she does typically for the day. And then, of course, Dalco is seated over at another table. What would you like to do?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a little intrigued as to this new person that's come to the inn. I also noticed that he grabbed a drink. Did you mention what kind of drink it was?
Yes.
Just whatever was on tap.
He is drinking the sour kelp ale, which is a favorite amongst the people of Siren's Deep.
Okay. Well, I think I would like to gingerly approach this new individual. Despite the fact that I'm possibly 2 to 3 times the new person's height.
Oh, yeah, that was actually going to be my first question there, Doc. How tall are you, just for reference?
I am a dragon, so probably about 6 feet.
Excellent. I am literally half of that.
Okay.
I am 4 feet, but I like to say I'm 3'11". Oh.
Yeah, so I will gingerly approach this new person, and
Yeah.
place my hand on the table. I don't want to sit down just yet. That'd be a little forward.
Right.
And say, you know, if you're looking for a good drink, what you've just purchased might be more akin to dishwater. Might I recommend the cranberry ale?
The cranberry. Yeah. You know, I mean, this can't be all that bad. Just got off the boat, actually. It's just outside there. And, when you spend a long time on a boat and you run out of ale, anything you have as soon as you get off the dock is literally the best thing ever. What But you said the cranberry, huh?
Oh yes, yes. Yes, the cranberry ale it has a sort of tartness to it that adds a sophistication to anyone getting off a boat and possibly only having drinking seawater for the past few days.
I wouldn't call it seawater, but it's damn near close, I'll tell you what. Yeah, but he matters quick. You see, he stands up on the chair and extends his hand out. Talco!
My name is, and then I try to
almost
look
forgot mine
around. I try to look around as if I'm scanning the room for something.
Sure.
And I look at a chair and I say, "My name is Chair Handle Countertop Spoon."
All right, it's a pleasure to meet you, Chair Handle Topple Scout Food. Do you have an
No, that's
acronym
not my
for that, or
name.
you just go by your full name then?
You can call me Kai. That's much easier.
You say Kali?
Kai. It's just
Kai.
3 words. Yes.
Aye, that might be a little bit easier than tabletop chair, teapot, dishes, and such. Just a little bit. Alright, then let me grab us a quick round then to sit down. Kitchen. Find out what you got going on here. You seem to know this place a bit, eh?
I've been here for about 6 weeks.
Oh, aye. Aye. And you see Talco hops down for a second, goes over to the bar, and calls over the bartender again. Hi, bartender. Tabletop over here says cranberry? Something or another. What was it you called it?
Cranberry ale.
A cranberry. You got some cranberry ale back there?
Sure do. It's gonna run you a little bit more than the sour kelp, though. Is that all right?
You see, he turns back to tabletop. Tabletop, split it, eh?
It's on me.
We can split it. I'm not hunting for cash. I just just make sure we're on the same page. Okay. All right. Tabletop says we split it then.
It's a silver piece for that.
You see Talco taps the one little silver onto the counter there, drops it by. Hey, yeah.
He reaches under the bar and grabs a bottle. This is a cranberry stout, and it is imported, so this is not something that is made here. So that's why the price is a little bit higher. But he uncorks it, and he starts pouring it into a glass for you.
How long do you say that's been aged for, you?
And he kind of takes a look at the bottle. Well, the bottle says 1210, so 50 years it looks like.
Beautiful.
Don't know where
what
this
about-
came from, to be honest.
That's all right. I'm not look. If it helps, I'm not trying to be a snob about it. I was just more curious. You see, he grabs the lot of it, starts walking back to the table with it. So, tablecloth chair von Winklepants. Lays down the 2 glasses on the table. 6 weeks, eh?
Yes. I arrived here by boats not terribly long ago. This is usually a quieter time of day when everyone's already left for the breakfast rush. So,
And you see as he picks up the glass, he taps it in your direction, and that's why it's the perfect time to get a drink, because you're not fighting anybody to get to it.
exactly. And the tables aren't too crowded either.
Aye, you see, opens his arms nice and wide. Aye, after all the space I take up, let me tell you, and he stretches out just a little bit.
Kai rubs his neck a little nervously and says, "I take up a bit more space than others."
It's a little bit. Being as tall as you, I'm surprised you didn't bump your head against the entrance there.
I did a few times, but I've been used to the height at this point.
Goodness gracious. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, everything but the kitchen sink. You said you've been in town 6 weeks, though, eh? You by chance see anything crazy coming in? Anything weird? Anything funky?
I did see a very large squid being caught the other day.
Aye. Large squid's always good. a good, yeah, it's really good squid.
They brought in an entire ship just to cart it out of the ocean. It was quite fascinating.
You gotta be careful with those. They'll grab the whole of you and pull you under sometimes. I've seen a couple ships go down that way. Just
Oh,
what I
yes.
do.
I believe it was dead at the time, though.
Well, probably makes for great sushi. Or great bait, depending on how you feel that day. Ah, goodness. So, the obvious question. We've got the drinks. We're sitting down. What you here for? What you got going on in your life? Because fuck it, why not, right?
Why not, indeed? Not too much at the moment. He sort of pauses as if he's collecting his words.
Mm-hmm.
I came from across the seas to search for something new in my life. Not necessarily for any negative reasons, but
Oh, no, of course.
sometimes we all just need a new path from where
Aye.
we began.
Absolutely. There's nothing. I've always said this. My mother taught me this. There's nothing wrong with hopping in a boat and just riding off and see where you end up. Right? Sometimes that's where the best stories come from, right? And you see, he starts to kind of ramble off for just a second on what I'm going to make the TLDR version of is a small little estranged adventure where he doesn't give out necessarily any names, but he recounts this visage where he was stranded on an island. Again, he was stranded in quotation. Stranded in his sense was very much I'm on the island all by myself, and a couple of the crew there too, but I was all by myself. And then one day a ship showed up and we hopped on it, took it back to port, rolled on to another port the next day, and they never saw us again. Can you believe that?
He pauses again as if he was a bit lost by the story, but I can believe it.
If
I've
you'd
been
like
hopping
to,
from ship to ship on my own journey to get here. So
Right?
while it may not be quite as fascinating, I can believe that the ocean has its own collection of tales for us all.
Aye. So you go on ships a lot, eh?
I used to. For the family business.
For a family bit. It's funny you should say that. That reminds me of another quick story. Speaking of the family, I promise I'm not going to chew your ear off on this one. I promise. Just bear with me. But, and you see, he goes into a slightly more long-winded story. Like, it's just ever so slightly longer than the last one. You don't know how, but about an easy, 10 minutes has gone by. He's taken maybe 3 sips out of his ale at this point, mostly just to keep the whistle wet. But he comes back around with it. And that was how Stouty lost his limb. I forget which one it was. He never hobbled right to begin with, and he couldn't hobble afterwards. So I always forget if it was the left leg or the right leg. It could have even just been several toes, but that's besides the point. He starts to go back into the story. Comes back around and says,
the whole time Talcum is talking, Kai is he's got his arms folded, he's just nodding and smiling. yes.
entertaining the story. Yes, no, appreciate it.
as you're telling these stories, people have come in and gone and had a few drinks. Your long-winded tales have been enough for people to be able to get a few in them. And in this time, Sulla has come around again. Would you like to order any more drinks while you're telling these tales?
Hey, I'm good as far as rations go. Kid-centric IKEA. What's the God, I forgot my train of thought there for a second. I'm good on food. Kai, you're good on food. You want some food? You hungry?
No, I've already had my sustenance, but thank you.
Right. No, I appreciate that. You see gestures over the bar. I appreciate it though. Very much appreciate it. And you see he takes out like another copper piece, puts it onto the table there, leaves it like a tip kind of thing. Well, it's been good. It's been time catching up. I got a little bit of searching to do on this end. You see, to bring it back to one of the stories there, the boats that I came in on. I like boats. I was on a boat for quite a long time with some old family, and can't damn well find the thing. So I figured told my mum I said I'd just gonna pop off for a little bit. Left, a little while ago. Came over here. I'm gonna go search for a boat. So, you see, he kind of like wipes under his nose a little bit there. That's that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go find a boat. You got anything to do today?
I actually don't have any plans for the day.
None for that. Then come with me. I've got a few more stories for you while we go over and start looking for things, eh?
Sounds like a plan.
And you see as they walk towards the door, Telko braces the door open. Got to hold the doors open for the tall ones, Can't let you bump your head in that much. And I imagine Telko and Kai walk out of the tavern. And to give a sense of direction for you, Panda, I am looking for... I want to look for some dock workers who are just kind of hanging out, who look like they've seen a few things once or twice.
Okay, sure. So as you leave the Gasping Eel, you are actually on the lower end of Siren's Deep. So Siren's Deep is a multi-tiered city. Essentially, it had been built up and up and up against the cliffside, right? So the docks themselves are on the lowest part. Gasping Eel is on the side of the docks to if you look on the map here on the right side, the Gasping Eel is going to be over here, right?
I love this.
This whole... Thank you. This whole section here on the bottom is mostly like dock workers. This is going to be people who are, again, hustling, bustling, moving around and stuff. Many of them have sort of already set sail for the day. However, you can see that on the opposite end of the docks from you, there is one large ship moored, and go ahead and if you could give me a perception check, Taldco.
First roll of the campaign. First roll of the campaign. Here we go. Roll the D20. And off. That's going to be a 7 plus my perception. That's a 6.
Amazing. So yeah, you come out and you, let's see, with a 6, yeah, with a 6 you come out and you do see, a lot of people have left. You do see the large ship moored on the other side. Yeah, I'm not going to give you much more than that. If you were to find anybody, it would probably be over by the one ship that is remaining in dock.
I'd like to say that as we're coming out of the tavern, I'm more caught up in my story than I am actually looking for people. I should be looking for people right now. But I'm just like, this guy's listening. And I like that he's listening.
I'm a little taller. I might be able to do my own searching, considering I heard what we were looking for a bit earlier.
Sure. Yeah. If you kind of get the idea of what is being searched for, you can give me an investigation check if you're actively looking.
Okay.
Dogs
Yeah.
first.
Well, while I'm listening to Talco's story, I noticed that we're just kind of wandering around in circles. So I sort of stiffen up a bit and check the surroundings, sniff the air a bit.
Oh God,
get a better idea of where the ocean lands, and I'll do an investigation check.
I love it.
How do I see my, and I'm just pulling back here for a second. How do I see my stats?
Oh, if you go on the right hand side, you should see a section marked actors, like a button marked actors, and then you would just click on yours to pull yours.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Your screen up.
Okay. Okay, so I need when I need to pull that up, I can just pull that up through that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You also have both of you should have like a hot bar down at the bottom that I believe is empty for both of you, but you can tie anything to any of those buttons to just quickly access things.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so I roll a d20?
Yes.
This is also a 7.
Hey, Let's go, 7 buddies! One more and we hit the jackpot, right, Panda? That's how that works?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it works. You win D&D if you roll 3 7s in a row.
Oh, good, good.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Right, this works with the casino, right?
Do I have anything that boosts or lowers that?
Yeah, so you should have a skill called investigation on your character sheet. So you would just add that modifier to it.
Oh, it's -1, so I don't know where I'm going either.
Amazing. So yeah, you kind of
We're both afraid of this.
you are listening to these stories, seeing as everything is going around in circles, and you begin to sort of like peer around. And as you mentioned, you're sniffing the air to kind of get a gauge of where the ocean might be. And of course, being in a port town surrounded by nothing but ocean, you realize that it's everywhere. So you continue to wander around the docks a bit. And you do manage, the both of you, to sort of make your way to the other end of the docks. Without realizing what you have stumbled upon, you are near a large ship, and asleep under some sailcloth is a he's like a broad, sort of like weather-beaten man, kind of just under a bunch of like cloth and rags. He's completely like passed out from drinking way too much the night before, sort of mumbling a bit in his sleep. What would you like to do?
Since I've been here for 6 weeks, do I know this guy?
Yeah, you actually do know him. So you see this person and you're like, oh right, that's the captain of that's the captain of the Driftmaw, which is the ship that you are next to. So this is Captain Barlow Whalebone Crean, and you mostly just know him from rumors and hearsay from around town. You've never actually spoken to him yourself, but you do know that this must be him and that must be his ship, because that's the only one that would still be in this space right now.
The only idiot who would stick there with it.
Mm-hmm.
And what'd you say he was sleeping on?
He's just sleeping on the docks themselves. He's sort of like bundled up against some sailcloth and some ropes.
Okay.
You see, like, as we're walking, we're getting closer to this. Telco's like, still like mid-story. He's like, the fish just didn't look great. Right? You ever look at a fish and you just never know what it actually looks like. But then you look at something and you're like, that's definitely not. And he notices that you've kind of like, your vision is kind of like steeled over to this guy that's in the hammock. Is he? Do you know him?
Well, I know he's the captain of the ship.
Oh,
Perhaps if we're looking for sailors, this might be the person to inquire with.
hey, that's perfect. He's asleep though. Let's see. Give him the old proper wake up then. And you see, I lean over gently. Do I recognize him just from my previous days?
No, you wouldn't recognize him at all.
Just looking at his face, I'm like, well, that's not gonna work. Guy, can you wake him up?
Hold on 1 second. How do I access my, how do I see my skills again?
Oh, sure. So on your character sheet, the right-hand side, you're going to see multiple different tabs. So you have like inventory, features, spells. So you'll probably find what you're looking for either under features or spells there.
Okay. I want to use. Oh, but I want to use my elementalism to just like spray him with some misty water.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. I don't think that requires any sort of rolls or anything, right? That's just action. Sorry, there's going to be times where I'm going to need to like look up the spells because I don't have everything memorized.
You're good. I just want to make sure I could do it because I didn't remember if I had like summon water, but I guess elementalism in general just lets me spray a little bit of water on people.
Yeah, spray coolness of lightly dampen that lightly dampens creatures and objects in a 5-foot cube. I love it. Perfect.
I can actually just create 1 cup of clean water, so I could technically just dump the water on him.
You could.
Good call, man.
I love it.
Okay,
yeah,
so
and it's just a cantrip, so you cast it, no issue.
Yeah, yeah. I think at first I would attempt to gently shake where he's sleeping, just to see if I could get him to wake up and just, be like, Captain. Hello.
And you don't manage to wake him up just by moving him. Mostly because I really want to see you put water on him.
And I just sort of shrug and move my hands in a very mystical way for just a moment to summon just sort of a sphere of water and just let it kind of drop on his head.
So you hear this splash of water, and you're like, no.
Hi, Captain. Good morning to you. The dock workers are here. They're boarding the ship.
What? The dock work. Sorry. It was a long night. Who?
As it should be.
Dock workers? Is the ship sailing today?
Yeah, no, it's getting ready to just start taking off. You gotta perk yourself up a bit. And you see, he kind of helps him sit up a little bit, kind of like raisins up his shoulders a little, like, aye, come on. What's a good ship without a good captain?
The ship. What? No. The ship's not ready to sail. It's still making repairs.
There he is, and he's awake now. Hi.
Hi.
Elko. He extends his hand out.
And what you see is actually another dwarf. So he's looking at you, and he's just like,
the copper's on me mom's side.
Barlow, and he grabs your hand and he shakes it.
Aye, there you go. Hey, Captain, I have a couple of questions for you if you have a second, eh?
Sure, and he kind of like holds onto your hand and pulls on you to kind of help himself up, using you as a weight.
Sit it up, right? One too many thrown back, eh, Captain?
Well, it's only 7 or 8 last night. It is not a...
Hey, only 7. You guys are rookie numbers, Captain. Come on, you leave the ship. You gotta get the numbers up, eh?
I'm an old man. It's just... You know how it goes.
Sorry, who? A longer beer than a bigger stout. That's all my mom told me.
I like you. Sorry, you said something about a crew, the dock workers?
I know, that was just to jostle you a bit, wake you up a bit, and get you on your feet moving a little bit. Captain, my friend Kai in here, and you see taps Kai in the midsection because we can't really reach much higher. The big one here tonight. Had a couple of questions for you. Let's start with the most, just to kind of keep eyes. We're over here, Captain. Eyes are over, and he starts to kind of like, well, it's all right, Captain. We'll help you sit up. Just hey, and he's kind of like re-braces him up a little. Hey, yeah.
I can reach out a hand and keep him up a little easier.
Yeah. Like just sort of, can you just like brace him in the back there? He's gonna heel over. He keeps sitting like that.
I've got a hand about the size of his shoulder, so that'll work out.
Yeah, Captain. Captain, quick question for you. Does the name Horace mean anything to you?
Horace?
No, not that green stuff.
Floris?
Yeah.
Floris
von Meck.
Moonmick?
Yeah, you're getting there, Captain. Von Meck. That Floris von Meck, the old sea captain, used to go around in his days. Big ship, big crew, big wife. Well, small wife, but big dream, right? Like a bell there, Captain.
Floris Vunnik.
Aye.
Vudnik.
Yep, you're getting there.
He just kind of keeps saying it over and over again, like Vudnik.
I look over at Kai. You got more water than that thing you got?
Vudnik.
I take the rest of my cranberry ale. I'm looking at it. I'm just like, just a saddened face, just like, he needs this more than I do. Bit of the dog in the hair, hey? And you see, tips it over to the captain.
He's Vudnik. Oh, of course.
There you go.
No idea who you're talking about. And he just drinks the ale real quick.
Hi, Captain. You make me laugh, I'll tell you. You see, he taps the captain on his shoulders. You happen to know anyone in this town might have a bit of information on the pirates or the crews or the ships that come in through here? Some type of log, maybe someone with a clipboard, maybe?
Oh, sure. Well, everyone must register when they come in. Did you register? You probably registered, right?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Sure.
You did not.
I did not.
But we'll get to that.
Oh, yeah, I'm closer to a stowaway, let's be real.
Let's see. You might find some luck with old Marin at the store. You might find some luck with the mayor.
Old man.
The mayor would have records of everyone who's registered in the town.
You said old man or old mayor?
Old Marin.
Oh, old man. Okay,
Old Marin. Old Marin runs the Whalebone, the store over in Salt Square. And then the mayor is up in his home up at the top, but he'd likely have all the information of records for anybody who's coming to town.
Oh, the mayor.
Right.
The mayor.
Right, so we've got
Mayor.
old Marin and the old mayor.
Took me a sec with his accent.
Look, if it helps, sometimes I took over my business, right? So we've got old mayor, just to clarify, Panda, we have old Marin in the Salt Square, and the old mayor up in his little town suite at the top of the town here.
Yeah, the mayor is not old, so it's old Marin and the mayor.
Right, got it. I'm gonna explicably mess those up, so when I end up calling the mayor old, just have them slap me.
I love it.
Excellent. In there, suite above town. Is there a notes section that you know of here in Foundry? I like to take notes.
Foundry should have notes. Hold on, I think. I know there's like a biography section. Is there a journal? Journal. There is a journal. You can create entries in the journal.
Oh,
I do not have a
definitely
journal.
for future sessions. I just need to like have a notepad with me.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Doc. I used to have a small little compendium book where I would write down notes from sessions. It was my favorite thing.
On the right side, far right, like where you would see like scenes and stuff, there should be one marked journal.
Right, and when I go into that, there's nothing in there, and I can't make anything.
When you open it up, there's nothing at the top that says create entry.
Mm-mm.
Really? I wonder if that's a DM exclusive thing. Let me see. I wonder if that's something I can like configure for you and let you use.
Yeah. Even Azalea's like, note taking is very important for D&D.
Mm-hmm.
Especially digital D&D when we're all separated.
Absolutely. While you do that, I'm gonna make some macros for like D20s and D12s and shit. D20, D12.
I just realized that may have. Did that take you out of the thing? Did that take you out of the stream? Oh, okay, good.
No, I'm still here. Fortunately for everyone. Or unfortunately, depending on Deuce, you know.
Create journal entries permission. Save configuration. Save and return.
8.
Okay, now do you have the ability to create entries in the journal?
Oh, D8. Close that now. Go back in there. Yes, I can.
Perfect.
Apparently,
that is not a thing on by default.
Oh, that's weird.
Interesting.
All right. Adding text. This is just going to be notes. Oh my god, it's a compendium in the okay, and then I have notes to actually okay. All right. So we got old Marin in the Salt Square, and the mayor is in there. Suites. And he said there's suites above town, like at the top.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right,
you don't
cool.
entirely know where yet, just because you haven't really been able to figure out your way about town just yet. But you are more than welcome to investigate and look through.
Well, you know what they say. And you see, he turns over to Kai. You know, that captain here's been such a good sport. I think we should let him keep my ale. And Captain, it seems like you need just a little bit of rest. Best to get your slumbering, Captain. I'm sure you have many adventures to get to, eh?
Aye. I need to fix up my ship. And he kind of just looks over, and he just kind of looks over at the ship, and he's like, another day of this. All right. Well, if you find yourself in need of a captain and something, I'll be here. And he kind of just
he gently taps the chest. I'll hold you to that. I'll hold you to that.
And
I politely thank him for his assistance, but I think he's already asleep by the time I start talking.
Oh no, he is turned around and he's kind of like downtrodden at all the work that he has to do, and he just kind of goes back to his ship and starts making repairs again.
And you see, Teld goes over to his guy and sees, see? That's how you get some information. Let's go visit some people, shall we?
Indeed. I'm rather fond of the Salt Square, if you'd like to start in that area. Old Marin can be quite the character.
I feel like I may have rambled off once or twice. Here, your chance. Tell me a bit about that Salt Square. What is the Salt Square? As we begin making our way there.
Kai, would you like to describe the Salt Square?
Do I know what the Salt Square looks like?
Yes, you do. So the Salt Square is actually sort of the main market hub. This is where a lot of people come and go. They'll set up temporary stalls to sell goods. You'll see a lot of people who are selling fish, supplies for shipping and anything like that. Basically anything that you could potentially need to find, and mechanically speaking, anything that you would find in the player's handbook for you to purchase, you can find at some stall here in Salt Square. There are a couple shops that are here year-round. They don't move because they're actual residents of Sirens Deep. One of them being Old Marin's. The Whalebone and Barrel is the store, known for having most general goods that you might need, but also every so often having some strange curiosities. Old Marin himself is sort of known for being forgetful. You'll be able to walk in, see some weird thing that doesn't clearly belong, but whenever he's asked about it, he'll say, I don't remember that getting here, but we're happy to sell it to you.
So Grunkle Stan, got it.
There you go.
Something like that.
Hey, guy.
Well, I will share all that information and more with my lovely new friend. But I'll also kind of start going into like the business dealings of the stalls in slightly too much detail, as if I somewhat know what I'm talking about when I'm going through. Oh, X-ray.
Right. So so the wheel, right? So it's a wheel, and then it's a barrel, right? And then there's wearables. You were saying, or is that's the name of the That's the name of the place, right? Okay. Well, you said it's in Salt Square, right? And if it's Old Manor, and there's nothing to really do worry about. We reckon we could just get over there and just take ourselves a gander, right? Aye.
It's a very welcoming area, so we can definitely go check it out.
Then I reckon we make our happy asses over to the Salt Square.
Yeah. And since I know the way, I guess I would just slowly lead us there.
Lead the way, you tall bastard!
I like it. Yes, you can absolutely lead the way. It is the next level up. So you're on the docks currently as you would head up to the next level, sort of like the second story of the city. That is where Salt Square is.
Over these fences, over the top of the cliffside here, I'd be really worried with how high up we are right now. But fortunately for me, I am shorter than I appear, so I can't see shit, which is great.
As you enter into Salt Square, this is mostly, it's just a large sort of Sun Beach plaza. It's mostly open air. Like I said, there's going to be stands that are built to specifically be temporary stands. These are people who come in with a ship, try to sell their wares, and then leave as soon as they're done. Only a few actual buildings are there permanently, and then of note, there is one statue that resides in the very center of Salt Square.
What's the statue?
The statue, if you'd like to investigate it, is of the first fisher Alira Fens is a local hero to Siren's Deep.
Oh,
Nice.
fancy.
Yeah.
That looks fancy then. It's got a bit of bird shit on the top of it though. Suppose we should clean that, eh?
They probably don't have anyone tall enough to clean the top of the statue.
Ah, see what you did there? That's the thing, right? It's never about being tall, right? Sometimes when you're small, and you see he starts to kind of ramble off on this nice little theory about why being short is the best fucking thing that it could ever literally be, and everyone above 5 foot is a fucking monster. But not you, though. Not you. You're like one of those, like, good monsters. Well, it's not really, I mean, you're not a monster. You're just a dragonborn, which is, I mean, depending on who you talk to. And he's like, he's desperately trying to cover up that trail of, like, it's one of the, it's that old, I'm not racist, I swear. But,
I agree.
No, right.
Being too tall can be a detriment at times.
That's what I've been saying. That's literally what I've said since day fucking one. See, my mom, she popped me out. That's the first thing I fucking said. Was, I swear to God, if I'm over 5 feet, I'll fucking take my own self out. You know? It's just the right, it's just, you're about the right size, the right height. Oh, look, there's the wheel and barrel. Shall we, meander our way in?
We shall.
See,
And as I lead the way,
your
I try to avoid most of the people that are passing through the square, but
Ooh.
with the being a dragon, most of them just kind of part the way anyway, so that kind of works out.
It's a little hard, right? It's a little hard.
Yeah.
So the Whalebone and Barrel, this is a cluttered shop. It's known for the giant whalebone arch above its door, so it's fairly recognizable. Again, you get the sense of like a lot of things have been pickled in here. If you're familiar with like the smell of vinegar in the pickling process, it's sort of like very heavy, and also very salty.
Glorious.
Mostly filled with various ship supplies, sort of general goods. So you see there's like pickled rations, various bits of rope and sailcloth and things are found around there. And then of course in sort of the front display there are some odd curiosities. Behind the display you see who you can only assume is old Marin, just an older gentleman, former harpooner, hanging out in the back, just sort of rocking back and forth in this old chair, and just, hey, I see a familiar face back there, and someone new with you. Who are you? Who are you?
And you see he like immediately assumes this is like a really like old timer, so he puts on, you know, everything that his mother taught, you know, every good thing he puts forward. He straightens his back, extends his hand out, and speaks as politely as he knows how to every old person that he has in his life. Hello, old man! My name is Talco. Talco. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your shop is very nice and does not smell like pickled piss.
Oh,
Turn to Kai, just give him a wink. Nailed it.
that's a shame. I was hoping it'd smell more like pickled piss than that. But that's okay. Talcum, you said?
Yes, like the powder. I turn back to Kai. Never correct them.
I just nod.
I see.
Yes.
I
I heard great things about your shop from a local captain who said you are the one to go to about knowing the shite that goes on around here. Ah, shit, I shouldn't have. God damn it.
Yeah, if you got questions, I can try and answer them for you. But I gotta be honest, I don't always remember everything that's happening around here. Are you with a ship? What captain were you speaking to?
Kai, what was his name?
That's a great question. I did not.
Right,
write
yeah,
that
right.
down.
That's good. Panda, what was his name again? I'm not that dumb, I swear.
You were.
Can we roll to remember?
Yeah. No. His name was Barlow.
Captain Barlow.
Barlow. Of the bar. Low. Gotcha. Captain Barlow. Gotcha. We spoke with Captain Barlow.
Marlowe?
Yes, Marlowe of the Barlow pirate ship. Is that pirate ship? Of the ships, not a pirate.
I don't know. Marlowe.
Do you
Is
know
he
his
new?
brother Barlow?
Carlo?
Carlo is his cousin. Barlow, the eldest sibling. The only one left alive after the war.
Harlow?
You want to take a swing at this? I'm just curious. Maybe if, from your height, maybe he'll heal you a little better.
Sure. It's Barlow, he says, with a very deep, booming voice.
Oh, Barlow! Kai, it's so good to see you. And he like immediately recognizes you, and just full memory, like just oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh you were talking to Barlow. Oh, what's that old man going up to these days? Was he passed out over on the docks again? Driftmaw is just not doing what is. He hasn't been able to repair that ship for a long time now. He's probably getting a bit worried there, but it's good to see you. How's Barlow doing?
He's doing all right. He did seem a bit distressed at the amount of work he has for the day, but otherwise, he's been in good spirits.
Oh, poor man, lost his last crew. Probably in need of a new one. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, what can I do for you? Sorry, you were looking for some information?
You see,
We're
turns to
looking
Kai,
for a
"Alright,
specific person.
here, I need, yes, exactly, right. The name is Flores. Ask him if he knows about Flores.
Oh, yes, of course. Do you know someone named Flores?
Dolores?
We're getting closer.
Flores. Yes, I have to get closer so that my teeth are just nearly next to his ear.
Florist? Like flowers? Are you looking for a florist? I think I saw someone, but I don't know what flowers are in season right now.
Son of a bitch. All right. Different approach.
But Flores like a name.
Flores!
Getting there.
Yes.
Getting there.
Out of curiosity, Moose, how is this name actually pronounced?
Oh, it's Florest.
Flores?
Yeah, like a florist, but like Florest.
Florest, okay.
Oh, so Flores was right.
Yes.
Okay.
We just happened to link it back to a flower, and that was not my intention, and I love it anyways.
Dolores Flores, the florist?
He's getting there. Let's see. Ask him if there's been any. Ask him if there's been any pirate ships done come through here.
Have you seen any pirate ships recently docking at the town port?
Oh, pirates? Well, we don't call them pirates around here because that'd be illegal. But we've had some crews who trade in wares that they have acquired recently. Sorry, you looking for one who has acquired some flowers recently? Is that Dolores the Flores? The pirate Dolores the Flores?
All right, sorry. Okay. If he's seen things that have come in, then he knows the things that have come across. Okay. Let's see. I wonder. Ask him if he's seen a flag on the ship that takes the shape of an iron fist.
Have you seen a flag on a ship that's arrived recently that looks like an iron fist?
Right, like there's an iron fist like on the flag, like itself.
Yes.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna write some notes down for myself.
I'm also writing these in as I think of them on the spot.
So that was a flag with an iron fist?
Yes, like in the center of the Jolly Roger is a tightened iron fist.
Okay.
and it is, slightly adorned across the front knuckles with gems to kind of help it flare out a little bit, on the black background of the Jolly Roger.
Nice. Okay. Titan Iron Fist. Okay. Tightened Iron Fist.
I understood it. That's good.
I think I may have seen something like that. It's not recently, though. I think. And he kind of steps up for a second. Do you mind if I look in the back real quick?
By all means, Mr. Marin, please take your time. Thank you for your assistance so far.
Now, son, have you ever considered speaking with a speech pathologist about that lisp you've got there?
Oh, well, my mother always raised me to kind of be, a little louder for the older folks. I tend to kind of wear a little... Wait, you can understand me? Shit! I mean, sorry, didn't mean to fucking cut. I'm right. Sorry. Hi.
Hi.
Marco. Yes. Right. If you could check those, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna take a look in the back for.
And you see, like, as he goes back there to start looking through things, you see Alco starts rummaging through his little pack on his back, and he pulls out a letter. And as he's looking over this letter real quick, he flips it over on the other side, and there's like a small little set of checklists on there. And he starts kind of going back through it, and you can tell he's kind of looking for something to mark off, and he feels like he's made progress on something. Mind you, Kai, I'm speaking directly to you in this case.
Wait, directly to me or to my character?
Well, yeah, no, to Kai.
So what were you saying?
Well, I was saying that Talco, as the old Marin goes in the back, Talco takes out a little piece of paper from his bag. It's a little bit of a worn down letter that's been folded and unfolded like a good handful of times. And on the front is just like a bunch of, it's a couple paragraphs just kind of written out and all that. And in the back is basically a checklist that seems to be more kind of like a different writing altogether. In all likelihood, it's likely Talco's just because of how different it is from the front. And he has a little pen out, and he's going through this little checklist to see if he can mark off anything as he starts to sift through it.
I see.
No.
So I noticed this, and just kind of like very slowly lean over, as if I'm just snooping a little bit before, just out loud asking, like, what are you writing on at the moment?
So you see, he kind of like hastily kind of puts it away in his back pocket, not really looking for it. And that is a small little checklist. A couple things I've got to do. Have left the old island, got a couple things just kind of mark off. It's kind of why I'm pushing for this little bit of information. I figured if I can get some headway from the old man, can probably hop on a ship and head over somewhere, or maybe we'll get stuck here in town for a little bit. It all kind of depends on where it goes. Yeah, just looking for a few things, gotta find some stuff, maybe some people. Who knows? It's a bit of a fun time then,
How many people are you looking for exactly?
Tyler's gonna take a second to think about that. That is. And how many people run a ship, would you say?
A lot, but actually keep that thought in mind because there's a bit of a mechanic that I want to introduce a little bit later that's going to revolve around that.
Okay, I'll give an indiscriminate answer for the meantime, and then we can figure out the logistics on it later. It's and you see he starts counting on his fingers, goes down his toes a couple times, comes back around, dip. It's a good couple handful, maybe a few feet full. Depends. How well do you know how to run a ship, Kai?
And again, he pauses because he doesn't want to say that he's been on ships many times in his life.
That's all right. You can hide whatever information you want from me.
Yeah, but he says, I've dabbled in shipcraft and.
Perfect. All right. So, hear me out for just a second while the man's back there looking for some stuff. Right? Let's say, for just a minute, how attached are you to this island?
To the what?
To the island. Like, are you cool with being here? Maybe you want to run off somewhere, go do something, maybe have an adventure or 3. Maybe just go out and set sail. How are you? Do you like the sea? Do you like the land? I mean, you've been here, what, like a month now? Month and a half? That's not very long for an island. You, bit of a drifter, eh?
So, when you say adventure, Kai's scales kind of like perk up a little bit almost. Like oh, you know, his eyes go get a little glassier, you know, and he just kind of goes like, yes, I am in search of an adventure.
Aye, then. Ooh, okay, well, we'll talk about this more when it's not just in the middle of some old man's crack house. Okay, all right. Remind me to come back to that. We'll talk. We'll talk logistics. We'll talk all the fun stuff. Don't you worry about that.
So as the two of you are chatting with each other, you get a faint sense of a music box playing. One of the items in the display, the curios display in front of you, starts playing some music.
Oh, that's lovely.
And as it sort of draws your attention and you look at it, it immediately stops playing music.
That's
you noticed that, right? It just suddenly stopped, eh?
Yeah, the moment we looked at it.
I'm not crazy, right? Okay, hold on. I have an idea. And I like grab you by your knees and like turn you the opposite direction. All right, look that way. Close the door, and you see he turns his back to Kai and faces a different way that's not looking at the thing. Does it play again?
Yeah, as the two of you stop looking at it, it begins to play again, but it's a completely different tune than it was before.
On the count of 3, we turn and we look at it. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
And it stops playing.
Shit. That's a really nice tune, though, isn't it? Is it like, can I reach and pull it off the shelf to look at it kind of thing, or is it behind like glass or what have you?
No, you are more than welcome to pull it off of the shelf. The shelf has 3 items on it. So there's this music box, there is a set of dice, and there is a empty jar.
Oh. I take the music box, right? What is it? Describe the music box to me. What am I looking at?
So you are looking at just a small, almost looks like a kind of like what you would expect a treasure chest to look like, but very small, like fits in the palms of your hands. The box itself, you can't like open it. It's seemingly locked, but there's no place for a key to go. There's nothing to wind it, nothing to suggest that it would play music or anywhere for the music to come from. It just is a box, like a little treasure chest looking thing.
So it doesn't open or anything when it's playing. We just hear the music inside the box?
Correct.
Oh.
Maybe we should open
That's
it.
nice. Huh. You see, he like looks over it a little bit. Say, Kai, what'd you make of this?
It looks old. Doesn't look like it's any brand name of craftsmanship.
Right? Always nice when it starts to play a little bit of music, then. You see Talco gives it, like, he just blows on it to see if there's any dust that flies off.
No dust. It seems to have been kept in like cleanly and like well conditioned, but it is definitely much older. Just looks like a little box.
Just looks like one. Oh, that's cute. I just love a good bit of music, didn't you?
Yes, I do. If I may, and I kind of just hold my hand out from it.
Yeah. Yeah, he puts it in your hand.
And with just the tip of my claw, I just kind of like push it open a little bit.
So as you attempt to like open the box, you push on it and you realize that it's solidly sealed, so it can't just be pushed open. It feels like it's locked though. Like you kind of have that like sort of like jiggling motion as if you're trying to open a locked box, but again, no place to put a key or anything like that. Just sort of like.
Perhaps we should ask old Marin about this when he returns.
That's nice. Yeah. You want to take that with you? See if the old man's gonna pitch it to you? See how much he's going for it?
I suppose we could just purchase it from him if we need to.
Yeah.
Or maybe he could tell us a little bit more about it when he actually gets back here.
Aye.
And
you
after...
said,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, you were saying there's 2 other things on the shelf?
Yes, there are 2 other things on this shelf. You see a set of dice and a empty jar.
I pick up the empty jar and I look into it. That's nothing in it.
As you look,
Is it just an empty jar?
You see nothing, but you do get a faint whiff of something as you kind of hold it closer to your face. It smells sort of salty.
Oh, dang. Ooh. Is it like the pickle piss?
Not quite. You kind of get like a weird, like almost like a bad feeling from it, but you're not quite sure what to place.
Oh.
Give me 2 seconds. I gotta hop out of the call for a second. My Discord's being dumb.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so it feels like a weird... Okay, so I immediately put that back onto the shelf.
Sure.
And you said there's a set of dice?
And
yeah,
yes.
I'm kind of interested in the dice. I think I might pick that up and just give it a little shake.
Sure. As you grab the dice, you notice that they're 8-sided, so not like a typical 6-sided die, but rather an 8-sided die. There's 2 of them, and they're carved from whalebone.
Oh,
those are nice. You play dice?
I've never played the game of dice, but I've seen dice crafted like this previously.
Oh, you might want to grab those 2 then. I'll teach you a bit of the game. We'll make ourselves some gold on the way out of here, eh? Aye.
Are we going to scam people?
Oh, no, I would never scam anybody. However, if I happen to put a dice under a cup and shuffle them around, the dice just happens to end up back in my pocket, and they choose the wrong cup and they happen to pay me in the process, then that's on them for not keeping up, eh?
I suppose that's true.
See? It's honorable, it's distinguished, it's perfect for making a quick bit of gold on the way out, see? Easy enough. Oh my goodness.
As you are sort of enjoying the curiosities that are set out on the shelf, Marin eventually does return. As he rounds the corner from his back room, he takes a look at the 2 of you, immediately recognizes Kai, and says, "Oh, Kai! It's so good to see you! How are you doing today?"
Ah, shit, the old bastard's lost it, didn't it?
Ah, who's your friend here?
Ah, shit, we're back to square. Old Marin! It is a pleasure. Oh wait, shit, that didn't work the first time.
Maybe I should start with him.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you want to refresh him real quick, maybe help him in the back this time. Maybe I don't know.
Marin, we were looking for somebody who recognized a iron fist on a flag. Did you find anything?
Oh, right. That's why I was back there. That's right. You were looking for Dolores Flores. That's right. Okay, hold on. I have something. I have something for it. Oh. And he kind of looks at, are you still holding like the dice and the music box?
I'm still holding the dice, yeah.
He says, "Oh, are you interested in those dice there?"
Oh, depending on the price.
He says, "Well, let me tell you something. Before I tell you how much they are, give them a roll. See what you think."
All right.
And you see Aldo reaches up and says, "Whoa, hold on.
Oh,
remember, this is a curiosity shop. Say, man, what do they do?"
Maybe you should give him a roll and just see.
You see, he looks over at Kai and he says, "Be very careful of that one. That's an old timer with that game up his sleeve."
No games, at least not yet.
How the hell did he hit? All right, he's got great fucking hearing, apparently. All right, yeah, well, fuck it. What we got to lose?
To be fair, I'm a little too curious to not roll them now. So I give him a bit of a shake and toss them onto the countertop.
As you toss the dice onto the countertop, they roll a bit and then land on 8 for both of them.
Oh.
Man.
Oh. Are these
a bit
these
weighted,
trick
lad.
dice?
Perhaps you should give him another roll and see if maybe. No,
All
I
right,
would
pick
never.
them up and give him another roll.
You roll them again, and they once again land on 8 for both of them. Now, I would never sell trick
Oh.
dice.
My goodness.
But if you happen to find a set of dice in my shop that always rolled 8s, I'd say that they were just dice that were found and very lucky.
A little bit of whale as opposed to whale bone there, eh, man?
Well, you didn't hear it from me.
Ah, no, never. Just the way that weight throws itself around, eh, man?
Well, now, if you're interested in these dice, there you can buy them from me for a gold piece if you'd like.
Okay, I'll leave it to you.
Do I know this guy enough to haggle with him? Because a gold sounds kind of expensive.
You can certainly try and haggle with them if you'd like.
Okay.
Let me know what you say, and then I'm gonna have you roll a charisma check for that.
Okay.
And I would like to assist with this, as I am proficient in persuasion.
Well, it depending on what he says. So it'll be a different
Oh.
check depending on what the because there's a few different ways you can roll for charisma, and so depending on what you say, it might be like a persuasive thing, it might be a deceptive thing.
I respect that. Aye.
Okay. What's the denominations of gold? Like, what do I go down from with the silver?
So 1 gold piece is 10 silver pieces, and then each silver piece is 10 copper pieces.
And your numbers should be in, if you haven't found them already, it's in your inventory. I just found it like a minute ago myself.
Yeah, you should start. You should have started with like 25 gold or something like that.
Yes.
Okay. So I say, well, considering they are, as you've stated, not rigged dice and just normal whalebone dice,
Very
would
true.
you perchance part with them for 7 silver?
Yeah, I like that. That's very straightforward. Go ahead and give me a persuasion roll. And Talco, you said you wanted to help?
I am proficient in persuasion, yeah.
Sure. If you're proficient in persuasion, you can help, but how do you do so first?
You see, I go over to Kai's knees and I slap the back of his knee and I said, "Aye, Marin, with the weight that is carried with dice this nice, certainly we won't have to go all the way up to gold."
All right. Yeah. We'll go ahead and say you can make your roll with advantage because Talco is helping you, and we'll put the DC at we'll say DC 15.
Ooh, funny. Let's do it.
Okay. So I just roll a d20?
You'll roll a d20 twice, and you'll take the higher of the two.
Okay.
And then add. Oh shit!
Oh, no, wait. I think I just rolled a 20?
Oh, like you just rolled.
And yeah, I think I just rolled a 20. I don't think I did the macro correctly. Right? Yeah, no, it's just rolling a 20.
Oh no! I was so excited. You had me.
That would have been cool.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah, there we go. That's the problem. I just said roll 20 instead of roll d20. Let's try that again. I want to see if the macro works.
Yeah, of course.
There it is.
Okay. So one's at 8, and the other is
An 11.
Nice.
Very nice.
And then you would just add your persuasion modifier to that, and that'll give you your total. And if it meets or beats a DC 15, then he will lower the price for you.
Oh no, it's +0.
Ah. Okay, so we know for the future. I will do the persuasion. I got
Okay.
Of note, if you ever want to roll both die at the same time, you can do /roll 2d20 in the chat, and it'll roll 2 dice at the same time.
Okay.
Perfect. Alrighty. So Marin looks at you and says, I think
I think I'd be taking those for a gold piece, but do you know, if you maybe want to buy something else, I can give you a discount in bulk.
Ah,
I like that idea.
aye.
So and as well as the dice, you have the other 2 curios if you're interested in the music box or the empty jar, as well as, of course, there's anything else that's in the shop too.
Well, maybe we should ask him about the jar first, or not the jar, the music box.
Oh no, I'm definitely asking about the jar. Hey, Madden!
I am
put
still
this
right here.
What? Oh, sorry. What you put in the jar, Madden?
The jar? Oh, I haven't put anything in the jar. That jar has just been there.
Aye?
Aye.
Am I?
It kind of smells a bit salty. I thought maybe something was pickled in it, but I didn't do any of the pickling.
You see, I thought the same thing. You know what? Just for the sake of it, I've always heard. You see, it's something my father always stand on. You can never have enough jars. What you want for it?
Well, if you want to get that and the dice, instead of being a gold piece each, I'll sell it to you for gold and 5 silver.
And you see, he gently like puts the jar onto the table. Madden. A golden 5. Golden 2.
A golden 5 for both of them. You caught that, right? That if you get both of them, it's a golden 5?
Yeah. I'm still trying to haggle them down a little bit.
You know what? Since you're now doing the haggling, I'll let you take a persuasion check as well. But this is
I was going to ask you how you
the
feel
only
about
one you
that,
get.
'cause, like, technically, this is, immediately after trying to persuade him, I imagine he'd be a little more coarse at that point. You know what I mean? Or higher DC, or however you want to play it.
I'll say you can roll it, but you don't get advantage on your own roll, and still DC 15 though.
Totes. Oh, cool. If you click on the skill, you can roll it normal with disadvantage or advantage.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. And this will automatically add my modifier to it as well.
Oh.
That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
All right, well, let me tell you something about this jar. It's not just an empty jar, okay? This jar is on this shelf for a reason. It does smell a bit salty, but I want you to take a moment here. Now, I don't do this until you are sure you want to, but take a deep, long draft of this jar. The saltiness, let it really fill your nostrils, and, well, you might be having an interesting dream later when you go to sleep tonight. Is that something that... Now, I think that is worth 1 gold 5.
You know what, Merritt? You sold me on it. Eh? What do you think, that guy? You cover the drinks, I'll cover this cost. You get the next one?
I'm still curious about the music box. I would like to know a little bit more about that.
Hey, Merritt, what the hell is this thing, eh?
Aye, of course, the music box. Now, that music little box right there, I don't know why. Whatever it fills you with the song that fills your life with the day, but you can never look at it. If you look at it, the music stops. But if you ever just going about your business, or if you keep it in your pocket, now that gives you a nice little tune to go about your business.
Cute. What's the going for rate for that?
Well, now, here's an interesting thing. You want all 3 of them. I'll give you all 3 of them for 2 gold pieces.
He looks back over at Kai. That's an easy split then, hey? You got a gold, toss it me, I'll toss a gold in it. We'll get out of here with it.
I think that works.
Hey! There you
Hey.
go. He takes a gold piece out of him. Gives it a little flick onto the counter there. Hey, out there, man.
Hey, very good, gentlemen. Well, thank you so much for your patronage.
Go ahead and mark. Yeah, I don't know who wants to keep which items, but go ahead and mark on your character sheets which ones took which.
Yeah, I'm gonna add them to my inventory. I imagine we would just have to create an item at that point.
That's a good point. Actually, I might need to do that.
Right? Like that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely
that's
sure how that works.
I should be able to do that, I think. Who wants what, first of all?
I want the jar, and I know, Doc, you were talking about taking the dice and the...
Yeah, I'll take the dice.
And you wanted the music box, yeah?
Sure, I can carry the music box too.
Let's see. So maybe I should just make these. If I make them loot, create new item. Let's see, I'm on docks right now, so we'll call this whalebone dice. And then, and I can put like a description and stuff in there. So let me
Dice. Stretch it out, gentlemen. Never forget that while we play D&D, we must stretch.
Okay, so whalebone dice. Did that leave a description of it though?
And I heard there was a hydration earlier.
Ooh, hydration.
Hydration here. Also, Panda, just throwing this out there for you specifically. Your boss is down to 26%, and the next change is at 25.
Ooh. Ah, my description didn't save. Hold on.
While you type this out, I'm actually going to run to the bathroom for a second.
Sure. I can always add these in later, too. I mostly just want to make sure the items are created. I'm just kind of playing around to see how I can get this to save.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
How would we normally add them to our inventory?
There is a little plus icon. Like if you're on your inventory, there's a little plus icon down in the bottom right, and that's to create a new item. Otherwise, if it's an item that already exists, you would just drag it from like whatever compendium that item exists in.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I see the whalebone dice in my inventory.
Perfect. And then I'll go ahead and create, and yeah, I figured out how to save descriptions, so I can go ahead and add in those descriptions later. But let me get you the music box.
All right, sounds good. Or looks good. It's in the inventory. It looks like I can write a description of it.
Yes.
I
I'm giving.
I don't think it took anything from what you wrote.
Perfect. Oh, for the dice?
No, for the music box.
Oh, for the music, I haven't written the description for the music box yet. I'm actually writing it right now, so I'm giving you a small description, but you're more than welcome to add to it if you'd like, for anything that you like remember about it or want to make note of.
And I see the description for the dice went through, so that's good.
Perfect.
Okay. Oh, glad you're enjoying it, Azalea. Excuse me. We're having a good time so far.
And then let me go back to Taldco and add a new item for him as well.
Yeah, Moose's character has a good accent.
I need you to understand one of my favorite things about D&D is that I purposely change my voice and add an accent onto it, because that for me is like my big signifier of like, if I'm talking to you, like this is me out of character, and I try to address it like as openly as possible, but when it's like it's in character, it's just easier for me to like distinguish the two, you know? So it's like bam,
right.
In character, this is what the character sounds like, whole nine. But yeah. But I appreciate that, Angel. I'm glad. I love playing fun characters in D&D. That's one of my favorite things.
Perfect. Okay, you should all have a new
a
items
jar
with
of nothing. I love it. I can't wait for the jar of nothing to become a jar of something when we get like cooler like visuals on it and I sniff it long enough. I can't wait to sniff this jar you gave me, Panda.
I'm
Hell
so
yeah.
glad. I'm so glad. All
How many
right.
ponies did you have in here beforehand, sir?
I'm realizing now I have like a whole bunch of curiosities that like change out throughout the days if you ever come back to them. I should probably just like spend some time adding these as actual items into the game, like into Foundry, so I can just quickly give them to you.
That's all right.
But that's what we're learning, right?
We're pressed for time, dude.
Yeah.
We're all chilling night, and it's a Friday, like.
But I have a whole nother month until our next session, so I should hopefully be able to find some time to do that. Alrighty. But you are currently still in the Whalebone and Barrel. Old Marin has successfully sold you 3 of his curios.
Now, Marin.
Yes.
Did you happen to find any information on the fisted flag there?
Yes, the Fisted Florist. Oh, yes. Hold on. Let me go back into the back real quick. I have a book. Find your Fisted Florist here. Okay, yes.
And he walks back into the back.
It said fisted florist. Good Lord. You know, my dad was many things, but he was not a fisted florist. Ironically, I think that's what I
just
might
shake my
name
head.
it.
Alrighty. Yeah, Marin is just to keep it a little bit above board. Marin is not going to have any information for you. You get the sense that he's so forgetful that anything that he might even provide you, he's trying so hard.
Trying his best. Oh. Okay. All right.
He's doing his best.
Exactly. Hold on, just adding some things to my notes here real quick.
I am, though, very much having a great time just completely screwing up the name of this person that you're trying to find.
Oh, please. Dude, I love everything about this. Absolutely. 100%. If this is how the character reacts, this is how the character reacts. I will roll with every fucking punch. Rest assured, good sir. Rest assured.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Was there anything else that you wanted to do while Marin is in the back? Because it is going to take him a minute, but you're welcome to just pass the time.
Kai? You know what I just thought about?
Do tell.
You know who always has the best information? I want to see if you can guess this one. Who in every port town has the best information?
The mayor?
The bar. Oh yeah, no, the mayor would definitely have some shit. I was gonna say the barkeeper. Say we can go back to the bar and just hang out and talk to me. You know what? That's a great idea. Let's do that. Let's go see the mayor. What the hell was the mayor's name? We didn't get the mayor's name. Say Marin! And I yell out to Marin in the back when he's back there.
As you yell out for his name, you see Marin kind of walk around the corner. Oh, okay. Oh, it's so good to see you again. Oh, who's your friend here?
Great to see you. Have a good one. We're gonna go see the mayor, okay?
Oh, okay. Go have fun talking to the mayor. Gosh, what was I doing with this book? And you can see that he's got like this big book in his hand, and it's turned to
you were bringing it
a
to
page.
me, man, and you wanted me to take a look at it. Remember?
Hey, who are you?
I'm Kai. Remember? We've been friends for like 6 weeks at this point. It's about 6 weeks, hey Kai?
No, you're not Kai. He's Kai. You're someone new.
No, I'm Kai Senior.
You're his dad?
No, just Kai Senior. Just happen to have the same name.
Kai, I didn't know you had a dad.
He's actually my grandfather.
Oh, your grandfather.
You know what? Actually, and you see, for the first time, you actually kind of like look upon Telko, and you notice he has this very like eloquent beard that's kind of rolled out in just the right way. It's a bit blemished from, you know, all the seemingly seawater that's run through it throughout his life. And, you know, being an older man, he is, not dwarven years, but being an older man in general, he kind of looks down at his beard and some of the braids that have fallen out and runs his head back through his hair, and he's like, you know what? Hey, I'll actually give you that one. You know what that was? Yeah, I'm as great that Marin. You were bringing me the book.
Hey, okay. Hey, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. So you, I remember now. Yes, you were looking for Dolores Flores, the Fisted Florist. And he sets the book down on the table, and as you take a quick glance at it, you see an entry labeled Dolores Flores, the Fisted Florist.
That's me. Oh.
And he says, yeah, right here. All right, now this is a sailor who's been around. He hasn't been around much lately, but he came around maybe 3 or 4 months ago, and yeah, he didn't have much with him. He kind of just came in, grabbed a few things, and then sailed off to another island. But were you looking for him?
You said a few months ago, eh?
A few months ago, aye.
Okay. Did anyone else happen to come in with him when he came in here? Do you remember what he bought?
Let's see. Dolores Flores, Fisted Florist, came in. Yeah, I probably had a couple guys with him, bigger guys, and they came in, grabbed some rations. I got a really nice pickled. I got a nice little pickled eel setup going on here. It's really good. They keep for years. Oh yes. Great for travel on the sea. They picked up some rations, and then see.
You see, like as he's going through this, Talcode like lights up a little bit, and he's like just kind of like speaking out loud to him. He's like, yeah, Florist, Salty, Tan, yeah, Salty loved his pickles. Yeah, Tan would be coming in for supplies.
I remember. Yes. He picked up. I had a cup. It was a cup. It was one of my over here on the shelf here. It was a cup. It was just always filled with water.
It's always filled with water.
Always filled with water.
Talco takes out the empty cup. You mean this one?
No, not that one. No. Because you see that one, that cup you're holding there, that one's empty.
Touche, that man. Touche. He puts the cup away.
Are you saying that the cup would never run out of water?
Yes. It never ran out of water. But you wouldn't want to go drinking a lot of this water. It's it's seawater. It's very salty.
Oh, that's not quite as helpful.
No. It's good in a pinch. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You drink the seawater, it'll keep you alive for a couple weeks.
No, you know what was special about this cup is that when you took a sip from it, you would remember something, but it was a memory and it wasn't quite yours.
Oh.
Anyways, that's out there. It's out in the wild somewhere now. I used it months ago.
Oh, I love that. And you see Telco like lights up a little bit. Hi, thank you, man. Thank you, old man. I appreciate you giving us that information. That I really do.
Yeah, of course.
You see Telco jots it down on his end. A couple months ago, Salty and Tan were with him. They grabbed supplies. They grabbed the cup, filled with water, and if you'd sipped it, gave you a memory that wasn't yours. Huh. Interesting. Can I roll like a history check or anything? Like, would I recognize that cup or know how that would work by chance?
You can definitely roll for that. Absolutely. Give me a history check.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be great. I got a +1. I'm a smart motherfucker. Oh, I am not a smart motherfucker.
That is, as intelligent as you are, and even though you do tend to know a lot about things that are out at sea from your travels and adventures, this particular item in general does not seem to ring a bell.
Hi, cup, water, sip, memory. Does that ring a bell for you?
Let me check. Can I do it as well?
Yeah, you can also roll as well if you'd like.
Okay.
Ooh, that's much better.
Do you have anything in history?
I gotta check. Hold on.
No worries.
Mm-hmm. Take your time, yeah.
I have a -1.
Ah, so you rolled a 9.
It's a 9!
Beautiful. I love that. So you get the impression that since Talco, who is much more familiar with being out at sea and like much more familiar with like things that are out enough, if he doesn't know anything about it, from what you rolled, you can kind of gather is like, well, it's probably something more local then, but you're not quite sure what.
Okay. Thank you so much, Marin. If you could point us in the direction of a weapon and arms person by chance for armor and weapons, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, we don't have anyone specifically here who lives here who makes armors and weapons, but we got people coming in and out all the time. I'm sure you can find one of the stalls out there in the Salt Square's got anything you might need.
Thank you, Marin. I really appreciate it. Actually, that's been very helpful, Marin. I hope you have a good day and make many sales.
Of course. Well, I hope you come back another day. I'm sure we'll have some new stuff here on this shelf right here. Things keep kind of just showing up. So come back tomorrow. We'll probably have something new for you.
Aye. Kai, you good? Kai, you good? You want anything else on the end? It meandering a bit.
I can't think of a single other thing we'd need from here.
All right, cool. Have a good one, Marin. We start to make for the door.
I still don't need to yell at me, but appreciate you stopping by.
Like as Kai's going out, you too, Marin, and gently closes the door. Don't want to be too loud. And okay, as we get back out into the Salt Square,
Yes.
you see Stalco folds up the same looking piece of paper from last time there, Doc, and puts it back into his bag. Okay, that's actually really great. Kai, if you're going to be swinging in on this with me, I'm going to let you in on a quick little get-up here. I am looking for a ship. And if you can't tell, I may be looking for a person on that ship. Now, who this person is, what this ship does, it's neither here nor there. It doesn't really matter. It's just a big ship. Been trying to find it for a couple, time at this point. And if you and I were to go and say, look for this ship, I might be able to give you that adventure you're sparkling for.
Oh. Well, Kai perks up again at the just the mention of adventure, and he says, he's curious about a couple of things. He's curious about the list. He's curious about the flag, but for the most part, he just sort of nods and says, "I think I could accompany you on this journey."
And you see Talco thrusts his hand out and says, "Then grab my hand. Let's get me a fucking battle axe, and we're gonna go see the mayor."
That is a
Do we need a battle
very
axe to see
ominous
the mayor?
sentence.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I just really like axes. It's one of my favorite weapons.
I see.
I left mine back at home, and my mom just hung it up on the wall one day. I just never really. Look, when you're packing to leave and you kind of don't grab everything, you kind of forget a few things. It's one of those things. But yeah, let's grab our battle axe and go see that mayor. I mean, you see, Talco kind of looks around. Let's go grab me a battle axe and go see the mayor. I would like to go find an arms dealer, an armor dealer.
Sure.
Specifically for this point, Doc, what I want to do is I want to freshen us up on supplies and anything that you would like to get. So if you happen to be proficient in like a weapon or a particular armor set, I want to use now to kind of get our gear and kind of start getting us ready for whatever shenanigans we may be faced with.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So at this point, if you would like to roleplay any of your shopping experience, the Salt Square is going to have just various people coming in and out, so there's no like permanent people that you're going to necessarily meet. Of course,
Right.
You're more than welcome to attempt to roleplay with any of the merchants, anything like that, but this is mostly for you to be able to, anything that you would find in the PHB, the player's handbook for like things to purchase, any weapons, any armor, any general gear and stuff like that is available to you here in the Salt Square, just based off of different people who are in town at any given time.
I am proficient in simple and martial weapons as well as the battle axe and javelin. By that standing, Panda, from your experience, just because I don't know the weapons and I don't have my PHB in front of me just yet, I do plan on ordering it so I can physically have it. What do you recommend for a paladin as far as martial weapons go and shit.
Sure. You let's see. Let's take a look here. Actually, I'm just gonna pull out my book.
Right? Yeah. Right. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I have a shield, and I could 100% wield that, and like, you know, my typical javelins are one-handed, right? No, those are two-handed, aren't they?
Javelins are going to be one-handed. They're basically small spears that you can throw.
Okay.
Do.
And then
I've got simple melee, so
nice. Okay.
quarterstaff, sickles, stuff like that.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to get a sickle and use it as your focus, or are you fine with your staff? Or
I like the staff. I think that fits me a bit more.
okay, 10-4.
All right.
Swinging around a sickle. I don't know about that one. I mean,
Talco.
I've got it, but
You were saying you were looking for what martial proficiency, or you see you have martial proficiency?
Yeah, I have simple and martial, and then I'm also proficient in a battle axe and javelin.
Okay.
But like battle axes are two-handed, right?
Yeah, no, battle axes are versatile, so you can wield them either in one or two hands. If you wield them in two hands, it does more damage.
No, of course, but like I could do a one hand and then have my shield to get my +2 to my AC.
Exactly.
That'd be great.
Do you have like a preference? Do you like the idea of being like more sword and board, where you can do one-handed in a shield, or because like a battle axe being versatile, you can switch back and forth between it. You would just
That is true.
so you can kind of make your decisions on the fly. There are other things to consider too. So like a battle axe, like every weapon has a mastery property. So if you have proficiency in that weapon, you then also be able to get the mastery property for it. So like a battle axe has what's called topple. If whenever you hit a creature with that weapon, you force them to make a Constitution saving throw. So it's DC.
What?
Yeah, DC 8 plus your ability modifier used to make the attack roll, and your proficiency bonus. And then when they fail,
what?
yeah, no, melee combat is like combat is super upgraded in
Oh my god, yeah,
5.5.
Where would I see that? Because like I'm also proficient, you know, in the martial and the simple weapons. So does like something like a longsword have any of those type of mastery? Like where would I?
Oh yeah.
see that?
So if you want to take a look, on the right hand side, you should see compendium packs. And you should see a player's handbook available for you guys to be able to read at any time. You also have, I linked to you guys 5e.tools, which also has everything in there. So depending on just which one you prefer. But the compendium is nice because you can open up the player's handbook, and then you can literally just click on anything in the index. So you can go to like click on weapons, and it'll bring up all of the weapons and their proficiencies and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up now. I still have that. 5e.tools, tools and shit. Okay, yeah. Then to keep my long-winded statement short, I want to go buy a battle axe.
Sure.
And I'm good with the outside of role-playing with this. I'm cool with just grabbing the purchase and moving.
Sure. So battle axe would be 10 gold if you wanted to make that purchase.
Can I haggle down the price?
I'm gonna say in these general like shopping trips, no. But if you ever wanted to like role play or something and like actually do that, you can, because that also gives me an opportunity to like create new characters and stuff, which I like. But up to you.
Absolutely. And then I'll take the simple one on this one and just take the hit on the 10.
Perfect.
Do you know if there's a way to break down the gold to silver and copper? Because I still need to take out the silver and copper pieces that I produced earlier, and I haven't found a way to break down my currency.
I don't know if there's like a way to automate it, but I think you can just like adjust your numbers as you see fit.
Right, just like manually break it down.
Yeah.
Because I like to always keep like 10 pieces of silver on me, or because you've got your copper, silver, electrum, and then gold. So like, I just want to keep like 10 of each, you know.
There's like if you look on your inventory sheet, you can see like there's a little coin icon next to the actual coins that you have. I don't know if that does anything, but you can maybe mess with that. That might be able to do something for you. I can see like transfer and convert.
Yeah.
Convert just makes it all to the highest possible denomination.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah.
No, you're good. I'll break it down manually then. No worries. Then 4 copper. These silver. I took out a gold piece on that, converted that down, took out the 10. Okay, I think I am good. I'm just going to add a battle axe to my pack here. Oh, I don't want to make it. No, I just want to add one.
You can always add it directly from the player's handbook, the compendium.
Oh, true. If I were to just pull it up from there, that'd probably be easier. I still gotta get used to all these like tabs so much. But like, the music is so fitting.
I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, I've got a lot of.
I like it a lot.
It's really nice. It's I have like a whole lot of different settings, and then I have a whole bunch of ambient sounds and different things that I can add into it. But then and that's all free. There's actually, you can pay like a subscription fee to have access to even more. So,
nice.
But even just this free one's really, really nice.
Oh, absolutely. Like it's those little subtle like noises in the background that you need to kind of like draw you in. And it's fucking great. Okay, how do I add this? There we go. I just drag and drop. Fantastic. All right, I have a battle axe. I want to equip it. Edit item, delete item. Equip. There we go. I'll favorite that for the meantime.
I'm going to ask that you guys kind of keep in mind sort of what you can and can't do, like know what your abilities do, what your weapons can do, and stuff like that, because I'm going to rely on you guys to remind me what you're able to do, just because I don't have everything memorized.
Of course. And by the same standing, don't be afraid to correct me if I happen to do something wrong or do something out of play.
Oh yeah,
100%.
More often than not, it'll be me trying to remind you guys of things that you can do that I also happen to remember if you forgot something. Because I want you guys to have fun. I don't want to sit here and tell you like, oh, you can't do that.
you can't do that. But why not, Dad? Perfect. All right, I have my battle axe. My battle axe is equipped, and let's see. I've got my chainmail on, so I'm good on that point. What the hell is my AC at this point, anyways? There we go. Oh, wow. I'm doing really good. Hell yeah. I have... Oh, nice. Okay. And I'm going to unequip the javelin. Don't need that. I have my chainmail on. I have my shield ready to go. Battle axe is... I do a two-handed. Two-handed's a 1d10 if I recall correctly, right? Like one-handed it's a 1d8.
Exactly. Yep.
I got a whole ass date. Hot damn. Okay. I got some thieves' tools, so I'm good on that front. I got my jar of nothing. I've got my crowbar because every adventurer needs a fucking crowbar. I think I am good. I can't really do much of anything else because level 1 and fun. Doc?
I mean, I think I'm good with the quarterstaff at the moment, so unless there's something like massive that I could purchase aside from that, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Then I reckon we make our happy asses away over to the mayor.
I like it.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. If I drop out in and out, it's because shit's taking a shit on me.
Got it.
No worries.
Okay, so yeah, the mayor is. So you were told by someone at some point in time. I can't remember quite when. I think it might have been Barlow.
It was the captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That the mayor is up on the top, right? So as you sort of make your way all the way up to the top of the city, you climb up the stairs and ladders that lead you to this higher level. Two prominent buildings stand out. One you see is a large building that's sort of another like sort of open air building. It's built from like driftwood and sea glass, but prominently has a large, what looks like sort of Leviathan skull at the top of it, right?
Okay.
Now, Kai, you kind of recognize this as the shrine of the Tide Mother, or the sort of local deity that everyone sort of worships and has there as sort of like we make prayers to bring luck and, you know, offerings to for anybody who's passed, things like that. So while I don't think you would have actually gone here at any point in time, unless you feel otherwise, you at least recognize that's what this must be.
Yeah, I haven't been there, but I've seen it just from wandering around town.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then the other large prominent building that you see is just this. It's a very big, sort of nicer looking building, and it hangs out overlooking the harbor as well as it overlooks the sea. It's, again, like everything else here, it's built from sort of like driftwood planks that are kind of ramshackled together, but this does seem to be a nicer building. The roof itself is shingled with like a fish scale slate, almost like as if like it had been made with fish's scales instead of just stone. And you can tell that this particular building is built in a way that is meant to be able to withstand storms and things like that, sitting at the top of the city. You can assume that this other building, that's probably where the mayor lives.
Right.
Where would you like to go?
Well, I think if we're going towards the mayor's office, I think that's the best place to move forward.
Sure. So this building, Kai, you kind of get a vague memory of someone mentioning that this building is called Breaker's Watch, and that while the mayor currently resides here, it is not actually like, that's not the origin of this building, but that just happens to be what it is now. As you walk over, the building itself is just sort of like a house, almost like a house type building, where it has like a door. Unlike a lot of the other places, like this door is just closed, and you're not able to just like walk right on in as most places have been so far. So you approach the closed door.
Panda, don't you dare. It's just a door, Panda.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just a door. I look for some kind of like knocker or some kind of like button to push, maybe something that like might give a ring-a-ding-a-ling to whoever's inside. Is there any indicator of that? Or a handle?
There's a door handle. There's not really like a knocker or anything like that.
Kai, you've been here a bit, and can we kind of just walk into the mayor's office? Oh, we forgot to ask the captain that, didn't I?
I don't think that would be wise, but I suppose if I could knock on the door, that might be a more jovial way of entering the building.
You know that's good. We'll knock it together then, eh? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Knock, knock, knock.
So did you both? You both knocked on the door.
Yes.
Yes. But like it's out of sequence because we're not used to fighting together yet. So it's like knock, 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 knock.
Okay, I'm gonna need both of you to roll a d20 for me.
Oh. Just a flat d20?
Mm-hmm.
That's a 6.
I got a 9.
Nice.
Hey, we're the 69 buddies!
You knock on the door, and a short moment passes, nothing crazy, and the door opens up, and you see standing in front of you a small sort of like goblinoid creature kind of look up to you and says, hello? Oh, hello. Are you here for the mayor?
Yes, we don't exactly have an appointment, but we just wanted to just talk to the mayor if that's possible. If that's all right.
Oh, yeah. Just one second. Let me just check with him. And he kind of like slowly, very soft-spoken little goblinoid creature, slowly backs back into the doorway and closes the door on you. A couple moments more pass, and door opens back up. You see the small little goblin creature. The mayor has a moment if you'd like to speak. Do you have? Are you both registered here?
Oh, hi.
Am I registered?
Kai, you would be registered. Well, actually, let me ask you. The registration process is fairly typical, and it is very apparent when you first come into town. There's nothing like extraneous about it. You just kind of sign some documentation just saying who you are, where you're from, and how long you plan on staying, and then that's all you really need to do to quote unquote register. Talco, sorry, I keep like forgetting how to pronounce your name.
That's all right.
Talco, you skipped this process. You did not do this at all. But Kai, if you,
it definitely sounds like something I would do. Yeah.
Yeah, if you you probably would have registered.
I would be too nervous to not do it.
Now my question to you though, would you have registered under Kai?
Yes.
Perfect. So yes, to answer the question, you have your registration. Talco, you do not.
Yes, I believe Kai, you're registered. Yes.
Yes, I've registered under the name Kai.
There you are.
Of course, yes. And you as well?
I may have. Let me see. Hold on. Let me check my stats real quick here before I try to lie and fuck this up.
Do I have the ability to lie to people? Let me find out real quick.
Right? Yeah. It's not as much as I would want it to be, but you know what? Oh, I believe I missed the process on the way through. Here I was actually meeting up with my buddy here, Guy, over at the tavern.
Can I just say that he's with me, or is that not?
So sorry, you're trying to say that you are just
like,
here?
He's my traveling companion, so he's with me.
Go ahead and. Yeah, no. What did you say?
No. I was saying along the lines of that I may have missed the process in meeting up with a buddy at the tavern there, but I believe so.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for that. The goblin kind of looks at you a little bit confused, but he's well, if you need to register, so we can get that sorted for you. I just need to get the paperwork for it. Give me 1 second. But two of you go ahead and come on in. And he kind of leads you in, and as you walk in, you see a large room. It's relatively nice. You know, it's still a sort of shack that you're in, but from what you can see, there's a nice couch, some paintings on the walls, there's a table in front of the couch, like a coffee table, but it has some books laid out on it, and then that leads into, you see another room that also has a shut door, and the goblin creature sort of walks over and he opens the door, shuts it behind him, and he's opens the door, shuts it behind him, and then opens the door again and kind of peers around. He says, feel free to go ahead and have a seat, and the mayor will be right with you. And then he goes back and he closes the door.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Very much appreciated.
Man, it's just a nice little guy, isn't he?
He's a peculiar fellow, but he seems friendly enough.
You know, I forgot to shake his hand. Damn, that's all right.
I think his hand was shaking enough for the both of us.
Yeah, a bit like a not like a poodle, but like what's those tiny little fuckers? The little dogs, the ones you can hunt them across the side
Chihuahua.
of the That's the one, that chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
Yeah, that's the sound it makes when it goes flying through the air, right?
I don't think you're supposed to throw them.
No, I wasn't throwing them at all. I was kicking them. You're not supposed to do that, right? Yeah, you know. That's a story for another time.
Right.
Of course.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So,
yeah, a couple minutes pass.
I haven't even thought about what the hell I'm going to ask him, because you can't just walk up to the man and be like, hey, have you seen a pirate ship? Yeah, that might not go over well, right?
Well, I would assume that they'd have a record of all the people who come in and out of the ports, so
Right.
maybe we could just inquire as to that.
Right, like if I could just find the ship and then I can point us in the right direction, because they keep a log of these things, you know, so know what's coming in, know what's coming out, you know, right?
So, yeah, a few minutes passed. Was there anything that you wanted to do before the goblin comes back out?
Hey,
I kind of want to check out the
um,
books.
Yeah, there you go, check. You see, as you go to like to meander off and look at the books, like he was immediately going to turn you to start with another story, but it was going to be like starting with rock paper scissors. He's like, hey, you're busy, right? Oh, right, books. That's a good one. Yeah, that's great. I'm going to go to the other direction where the books are too, and look at those.
Perfect. So one is an almanac,
Big fan.
and the other is a sort of history of Siren's Deep.
Doc, you looking for anything specific?
I want to check the almanac.
Sure. Anything in specific that you're looking to find out in this?
I want to kind of nervously look and see if my own name is in there.
Ah. Okay.
Ooh, character development. I love it.
And you're okay. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check here.
Okay. 13. But I think I have a -1.
13
Okay.
on the die.
So with that, you open up the almanac and you kind of flip through. You're specifically looking for, I'm assuming, your family name.
Yeah. Just to see if you know, go under K and see if it's there.
Yeah. So this particular almanac is from last year. So the current year is 1260. So this would be from 1259. And as you flip over to the K's, you do see your family name appear in it. And it doesn't have a very long passage. It's just more of a quick descriptor, things that you already knew about your family. But it's more just like kind of like the well-known information of this, anything that people might actually know, which isn't a lot, but it's sort of the common knowledge.
Gotcha. I shut that book more loudly and quickly than I mean to.
Ay, jeez, that was loud. It's a very quiet room, you know, Kai. Like, books are loud, man. If you could just close it just a little quieter, maybe. Aye, and there gave me a heart attack.
Apologies. Just kind of
No,
rubbed the
no,
back
you're
of my
good.
neck.
Yeah, just, looking for things. Panda, if there's time, I'd like to look for some maps of the area and some of the surrounding islands.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me an investigation.
Yeah, bitch! Normal. God damn it, that was almost
You're
a
so
15.
bad at investigating.
Oh my god, I have a +1 to it. It was so almost okay.
Yeah. So you sort of stand up and you start walking around the room. You do see that there are some bookshelves. The bookshelves not completely full of books or anything like that. There's a few here and there. And you do see some like scrolls as well as just sort of mostly like memorabilia and things like that. You're kind of like peering through, and you're able to grasp that one of them is hold on, I'm trying to think of what the word is that I'm thinking of. What is like a book of maps called? There's a word for that.
Oh, I'll be honest with you, I thought it was Almanac until we started looking through names and I was like, wait, that's not it at all.
An atlas.
I love, what is the
An
name?
atlas.
Atlas. There it is.
God,
That's
I'm like,
the one.
I can't think of the word. Yes, you find an atlas. However, as you're spending your time kind of looking for this, like as you find the atlas, that's when the door opens.
Ah, shit.
And as the door opens, a man comes out. So not the same goblin as before. What you see is a sort of tall and lean person with salt and pepper hair, And he has these like
Human?
really, huh?
Human?
He appears mostly human.
Nice.
Ears, okay.
Yeah. And he has these sort of wide eyes, and sort of like kind of like weathered face, with these deep crow's feet. You could tell he's kind of like an older, sort of stressed man.
Okay.
And he has, like, as he kind of walks out, he has this like heavy oilskin coat, and he carries a sort of large carved cane that he's made out of driftwood. He doesn't have like a limp or anything, he just has the cane. And he comes out and he introduces himself. He says, "Hello, my name is Mayor Thessel Talomere. I understand you," and he looks to you, Kai, and he says, "I understand you've been here for a while, but you," and he turns to you, Talbot, and he says, "You're new and you need to register still, is that correct?"
Aye, as well as if we could just have a moment of your time just to press a few things. I'm on a bit of a search on my own, and I was directed in your direction as I was told you are a beacon of information for this town.
Of course, I watch over everything that happens here. And he kind of hands you a couple pieces of paper, and then brings out a ink and quill, and says, "If you could just fill this out for me real quick." And it's just registration papers, just kind of name, place that you came from, what ship that you came on, and planned length of stay, and like what business you have. And if you could actually fill that out and maybe send me a message with what you write on there, I would very much appreciate that.
Oh, I was just going to tell you outright what I put on there is going to be
Sure.
the same coordination that I do when I back in the day kind of thing. It's the good old bait and switch, where I am not Talco von Meck, I am Valco Ton Meck.
And how? Sorry, Valco.
Like
Ton
literally
Meck?
just swap the first letters of both my first name and my last name, and that's the pseudo name I run by. Nobody's caught me yet.
Very nice. And then, sorry, ship that you came in on?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, I'm
what was
making
the
you
ship
come
like?
up with this name.
Yeah, right. We'll call it the Great Ferrier.
Ferrier, I like it.
Yeah, the Ferrier. It was a marketing ship that brought in a bunch of like, fish and some shrimp thing, like a good boat and fish, the Ferrier.
Perfect. And then, where did you come from?
Oh fuck, what was the name of the island that my mom is on? Let's call it Wesselton. The island of
Good
Wesselton.
old Wesselton.
Good old Wesselton.
Did you watch Zootopia recently?
No, I was going for a Frozen reference, but yes, same vibe.
Oh no, that's right. It was Weaselton on.
No, it's Wesselton. Wesselton.
No, in Zootopia, he's Weaselton.
It's Weaselton, yeah. It works.
Length of stay?
Oh, it was gonna be for about 2 weeks.
Okay.
Like that's the only honest piece on there.
And then
And under height we put 3'11".
perfect. And then planned business.
Planned business. Meeting up with friend.
Perfect. Excellent. You fill that out and you hand it back to the mayor. He says, excellent. Meeting with your friend. Is this your friend that you're meeting with?
Hi, this is Kai. We met back up in the tavern there.
Excellent. Okay, so you said you had some questions for me, and he kind of rolls up the scroll, and then puts it in his back pocket.
Oh,
We're
man.
looking for an individual person. Perhaps they came in on a ship, and we were wondering if you had any logs or records that could help us
Yes.
discern where or when that person may have arrived.
And who is this person that you're looking for?
We are looking for a man by the name of Flores. Came in on a ship. It may or may not have had a Titan golden fist with gemstones on the knuckles.
I see. Okay. Give me just a moment. Actually, why don't you just come into my office? And he kind of guides you over to the closed door that he came out of initially.
Before we go in there, can I do an insight to see if anything about his demeanor sticks out to me that may invoke some side of not happy niceness?
Sure, you sure can.
I have a -1 to insight. Let's go! I've got to get my wisdom up just a little bit. Oh my god!
18 though.
I like it. Yeah, with a 17, you're kind of gauging this person's vibe, and you get the sense that while he's not like the most charismatic person, he is the leader of the town, and seems to be above board. Nothing is striking you as being underhanded.
Cool. All right, then I very willingly gesture to Kai, and there you go. Off we go.
Yep. I'll take the lead and enter the office.
Excellent. Yeah, you enter his office. You can see it's a bit smaller. There's another bookshelf that has more books on it and more papers and stuff. He pulls out the registration papers that you had just filled out for him, and he sets them off to the side of what is a very large desk that has a very large book that is currently open, sitting open on the desk. He sits in a chair in front of it, and he says, give me just one moment here. I'm gonna just flip through some pages. You said florist?
Yes.
Florist. Is that FLOREST or?
FLOUREST, like a florist, but with a U.
FLOUREST.
Yes, EST. Yes.
Perfect. Okay. And so he kind of flips through. He says, "Do you know whenabouts they would have been here?"
It was about a few months ago.
Few months ago.
A relatively smaller crew. Most likely just picking up on provisions.
Okay. Let's see. He flips through. And he says, yes. I think I do have. Do you have a name of the ship that they were on, or do you want me to make that for you?
I've been going with the great ship Machidma.
Machidma?
Machidma.
Can you spell that for me?
MACHINDA.
Machidna. Okay. I like it. And he's flipping through the book, and he says, yes, I have a looks like florist with a matching flag, Titan gemstone, decorated fist. The Machidna? Does that sound familiar to you?
Aye, the great ship Machidna with the big old Titan golden fist on the top. Yes, that's on.
Lovely. Yes, made port a few months ago. Registered just having the night, and then came in to grab supplies, and then left the next day.
Grab supplies. Did he happen to register that anyone's with him? Or was it just the name?
The ship captain registered under Florist. Otherwise, we had ship crew mostly stay on the ship if it's just for short visits like that, so they don't typically register. But we had him, and then looks like a first mate came off the ship with him.
That is probably salty. That's right. Does it happen to have an idea when? See, I'll level with you there for a second. Meryl Thessalomere, was it?
Mm-hmm. Telomere.
Telomere, sorry. Thessal Telomere. The ship's going missing. My mom's in a bit of a tizzy about it. She's got me coming out looking for it. So, does it happen to say where they were headed, or if it happens to have a log of where the next docking point was?
No, unfortunately, I don't keep record of where people are going, just where they came from.
Of course. Give me just a second here. I'm trying to figure out what I should ask next.
Sure. Take your time.
Out of game quabbles there, Doc? Anything that you can think of would help point us in a direction?
Does it say if they left?
Yes.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
They left the next
not
day.
sure.
Salty
Off the top of
came
my head, no.
off. Also, I am going with that panda, salty and tan.
Okay.
First and second mate accordingly.
Salty and tan, like TAN.
Yeah,
Perfect.
like I'm writing these down as we're saying them.
I like it.
Good to write down.
Right? Little things to come back to. He was here a few months ago. He registered just for the night, grabbed supplies, and then ran. Did he happen to document any repairs needed overnight by chance, or was there any notable repairs done? I imagine.
Let's see. And he kind of looks through the notes that he has written down for that particular day, and he says, Well, I don't keep record of every individual thing that happens unless it's particularly notable. That day, though, the day that, because he was only here for the one, that
Right.
particular day, I have noted that someone came in and was looking into a city that is mostly just rumored to exist.
Okay.
So it's strange that someone was so particularly interested. The city of Nemeris.
Nemeris.
That's
Can I roll a history on that one?
Yeah. Did you want me to spell it out for you?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Yeah, it's NYMMARIS.
NYMMARIS. Nemeris. Okay. And yeah, if I could, that would be.
Absolutely, yeah. Go ahead and roll your history check on that.
Thank you, sir. Mother fun time fucking ass bitch.
You have never heard of this.
Like my dad kept this as like the best kept family secret from me and me alone. Everyone else knew about this shit. The whole crew.
Apparently.
Mom. But me, I was picking my nose that day and just didn't even fucking notice. Son of a bitch. Sorry.
Perhaps I could do a check and see if I've heard of it.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, 13.
13, not bad. So yeah, you are a little bit more familiar. You mostly know from just rumors that you've heard around town that Nemeris is essentially the opposite of Siren's Deep. To give you a little bit of history on the town itself, it was formed because there were essentially people who were running away from like a civil war that was happening between the kingdom that is sort of on the shores on the other side of this sort of cliffside that you're on, and that this was 100 years ago, right? So when this town was formed, it was formed on a side of the cliff that had been carved out by a large Leviathan. Now people refer to that Leviathan as the Tide Mother, which is why there's a shrine dedicated to her now. Now it's rumored that there is a city of deep folk who exist near Siren's Deep, basically, who are sort of supposed to be like the kind of caretakers of the Tide Mother, and that city is known as Nemeris. There have been a lot of sort of like things to make it seem like this place exists, but no one has really been able to like prove that it exists, and no one has really been able to make any sort of real connections to it. So it mostly exists as rumor, but that would be the sort of opposite end of Siren's Deep.
I would like to relay that information since there was
I'm
just
just
a little
scratching
brain
my
fart
head
going
here.
on. Yeah.
Nemeris. The hell is that? Oh, that makes way more sense. Okay. Aye. Okay. And And Panda, you said this city is located on the opposite side of where this would be, so effectively like on the other side of the island, equivocally from where we are.
Well, the running theory is that it is an underwater city.
Oh, cool. That's cool as fuck.
So no one.
And he said it's potentially.
Yeah,
right.
so no one entirely knows like where or how you would get to it, but that's the theory is that it's like directly down.
Nice. Possibly underwater? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Possibly. Deep folk underscore 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 question mark? Question mark? Okay. So then I think. Hence Tide Mother. Okay, so if we were to pursue. So, Nemeris. That's a rumor town of sorts?
Well, no one's quite sure whether it exists or not, but the running theory is that there's a city of merfolk, underwater folk, deep folk, whatever you want to call them, that live and in service to the Tide Mother below.
That's more along the lines of folklore, right? Like the kind of stories you tell your kids at night.
Sure. Though, to be frank, I can't really say that it doesn't exist. We have a lot of strange things that happen here that
Right.
don't really have an explanation. So, maybe there's some
What
truth
kind
to
of
it.
strange things?
Well-
Good question. How do we get below sea?
Well,
Yeah.
some of the strange things that happen. Well, you've noticed that the fog comes in and out, right?
Aye, it's pretty prevalent. I like the smell, but it's pretty prevalent.
It's been here the whole time we've been here.
So the fog itself, I know the map has fog on it, but the fog itself does come in and out sort of like with the tide.
Oh, that's cool.
As the tide gets lower and the fog starts to recede, you can hear on occasion singing as if something is calling out to us. And actually, the name of the town, Sirens Deep, comes from this singing. As if sirens exist down deep below.
That's fucking cool.
Have
Curious
you-
question.
Oh.
That song. Given that Kai has been here for a little bit, Kai, have you heard that song? And he turns to you. Kai, do you know that song by chance? Have you heard that come through?
I have to say, I have heard a mysterious sound every once in a while, late at night, but I haven't been able to put my finger on it.
Did it sound anything like the music box back at Maiden's?
Ooh. What would I have to do to confirm that? Do I do like a
So
Right, like Panda, that would be on you,
roll
right?
for?
yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let you know right now. You have nothing as of right now to confirm that because you only just got this music box.
Okay.
But
then
I
I'll just
really
off
like
my
where your
head,
head's at.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
I say, Kai, do you mind if I borrow the music box for a second then? Mr. Mayor, if you'll humor me for just a second here.
Yeah, I'll hand over the music box for a second.
Sure.
If you could just do me a favor, Mr. Mayor, and just not look at the box, right? Just look at me, right? And I'll look at you. And Kai, you look at the mayor, right?
And the mayor kind of looks
I
at
stare
you.
dead in the eyes.
And the
I
mayor
sort of
kind of
wait for
looks
the
at you
box
and he
to
looks at the box and then he looks at you and he says, "You want me to not look at the box?"
Correct. And the box only works if you're familiar with Old Myron over at the Worldbuilding barrel.
Yes, of course, Marin. You got this from him, I take it?
Yeah, I was just curious if this song happens to be of the same variety as the Sirens call, maybe. Curiosity.
Give me an insight check from both of you.
Insight. Oh my god, that dice flew. God damn it, it's a nat 20, but it's a -1, so it's a 19. Panda, question for you.
You
How does
love to
that
see
work
it.
for you? Does that still count as the nat 20, or do we take the the 19 on it.
So skill checks do not get critical successes. However,
Okay.
critical successes in like combat and stuff. So like attack rolls and things like that.
And 4.
So that is a 19.
Overall.
Yes. Very good roll. So yeah.
I got a 15.
Oh, and perfect. Yeah. Very good. So as you guys are sort of having this conversation, the mayor is looking at you, looking at Kai, looking at the box, then like looking up, while the two of you are just like focused on the mayor. And the mayor, you kind of see him just sort of fine, and he looks he doesn't look at you, but he instead just like looks up, and just to kind of avoid the gaze of the box itself. And you start to hear the music box play, and once again this music box starts playing, but it's not a tune that you've ever heard before. It's not even the same as the tune that you heard last time.
Oh.
And as the tune is playing, given your high insight rolls, you kind of notice the eyes, like the mayor's eyes, sort of like wince a bit as he hears the music play.
Oh.
And after maybe we'll say like 30 seconds or so, the mayor just kind of looks back down at the box, and the music immediately stops playing.
Like they wince like in a painful way?
Sort of in a, yeah, kind of in a painful way, like almost like a painful memory.
Ah.
Well, since I was staring directly at him when this happened,
Right.
Yes.
I would ask, do you recognize this song at all, Mayor?
Can't say I do.
Ooh, wait. And with our insight, or do you want us to reroll insight on that? We would know that he's lying on that?
Yeah, no, you totally know he's lying.
I kind of like think to myself, and like, there's no reason that I should push the poor man, because he's been very helpful. And I don't want to piss him off.
How do I roll to dangle him out the window?
If you're serious, I can tell you.
No. It'd be a little out of character.
Is it also safe to assume that he knows more about Numeris than he's letting on then? Would you say, Doc? Like, I'm asking not Panda, I'm asking Doc on this one. Do you think that's a safe assumption? With that,
I mean, given that he
Right.
was talking to us about it in such detail,
Right.
and he's the mayor and specifically said that he knows what goes on around this town.
right,
I would
Right, like
assume
that-
he knows a little bit more than he's letting on.
right, and like he's purely having like a reaction to the music. So like, there's something about this that like draws that connection to the siren's wail even as a whole, which would give credence to say that the likelihood of Numeris existing is significantly higher than he seems to be letting on. Which begs the question: why would he hide that information? You know, not that it doesn't exist aspect, but why would he hide the fact that it's under the guise of why does it only possibly exist?
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's the sort of thing he has to hide. Maybe he can't just tell everybody that Numeris exists.
What I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, Captain. By that account, do you think? Well, I don't suppose I should say. Do you think? Would your character push more for information at this point? Like based on their
I don't know
personality?
if I'd have the motivation to push for more information on Numeris specifically.
Ah, that's true. That's true. I'm just looking over my ideals and bonds real quick here to see if there was anything that would push me to be more of an asshole about this. But no, there's not. There's not. I'm not an asshole. I'm merely chaotic good.
I mean, the sense of adventure might push me to ask a little bit more. I'm just trying to think of what I would ask.
No, you don't have to validate it. You're good.
There are other places, other avenues that you could always ask too. Like now that you have a name, you can kind of like ask around town, things like that.
Exactly. Dude, I'm right there with you. Like that bar is looking even better and better. Not to just go get a drink from. I look over the mayor. I look over at Kai, and I give him a little nod. And I look back at the mayor, and I go, "Well, Mr. Mayor, we appreciate you being very helpful with all this information. We appreciate you helping me find at least point me in the right direction of this ship that I need to find. And I appreciate your time. I understand you are a very busy man, and I understand you have a lot to look forward to. Kai, if there's anything else you'd like to push for before we give the mayor back his time?
No, I think at this point in time we have all the information we need.
Excellent.
And you see Talco stands up and extends his hand. I appreciate your help, Mr. Mayor. I hope you have a good day, and may your port be ever bountiful.
Of course. Thank you so much. And Mayor Talamer stands up and shakes your hand and says, I appreciate you both coming in, and thank you for finishing your registration. I hope you do enjoy your stay and find what you're looking for. Thank you so much. And he kind of walks you to the door and lets you leave.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And
right.
with that, before we move on, we are actually approaching our 3rd hour of the night. If you don't mind, I would like to take a small break.
Yeah, no, go for it. Go for it. I'll go yell at people in chat and refill my water and shit. You're good.
Perfect.
I think that's fine.
Sounds good. All right, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. I'll give a little spiel and then take a break for a minute.
Okay, so, Doc, while Panda's gone, how do we break into Nemeris?
I think we just throw every single person in the town into the water and see if any people come out.
All right, I'm muting now.
If they don't float, they're a witch. Oh, hey, Panda.
Alrighty. So I went ahead and muted myself to the Discord, so I'm going to go ahead and turn on some music for you guys. Let me go ahead and pop over to here real quick. Hello, perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm muted for a little bit, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn on some music for you guys, or not some music. We're gonna head over to the break screen so you guys can watch some clips and whatnot that's going on. And I will be back in just a couple minutes. I just need to grab a drink and like stand up, stretch, do all that, and then we'll go ahead and answer any questions if anybody has any questions for me before we hop back into the game, and then from there we'll continue on with our adventure. So thank you so much for sticking with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. That did not sound... I was going to make a joke. There was no way that joke was going to come out appropriate. I think the game wants me to get better. I think the game is literally telling me get good right now. The game is wondering how I possibly got to level 80. Amy, that's genius. You can't do that. You can't spawn bullets inside. My therapist said that the key to a happy marriage is infinite mana, so I think I'm doing pretty well right now. That's the long and short of it. You'll see the rest. It's easy. It's a simple game to pick up. It's a lot of fun. I love it. I can't wait for Rogue Streets of Rogue 2. So excited. We are looking for... So we have on our mini-map, we can see generators are these orange ones. So we just found one here, and we got one here. There's 3 total on the floor. We got to destroy all of them. That's what we have to do for our big quest. It is optional, but to actually get... Sir, I need to know what a cat orgy of an op means.
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
That was good.
Panda, you never gave me the impression that you collect things, Panda. I never would have guessed that. Who would have ever thought that? What a shocker.
It's gonna be good. Oh, it's gonna be good. Oh, I'm so excited. You have no idea. Ah. I'm so excited. Ah.
Gin, more like a gin. It's funny because they sound the same.
One more, just one more. Just one more run. Just one more run. It's okay. Just one more run. One more run.
The addicted gambler in me is gonna just be like, yeah, just one more run. That's fine. I literally have to push a button and it finishes for me. God damn it, Amy. That's a great quote. Solid. Ah, that's creepy with the hands. Ah, that's creepy with the hands. If I do like this, I can do like this. All panda, all the time. Righty, we're back. Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Hello, hello, hello. I am just getting reset up here. Give me just 1 second. I have not rejoined the call just yet. Here we go. Okay. Hi. Welcome back. If anybody has any questions or anything they would like to ask or talk about, real quick, now is a good time, just kind of as we're coming back from break. I know this is sort of a new concept and everything, so I just wanted to just like open the floor in case anybody had any questions, anything, want to talk about anything. Hi, Safi. Good to see you. Hi. Welcome. But yeah. Just figured that I would say hi. Love these clips. Oh, I'm so glad that you love them. I am going to hop back on the call too because I'm realizing that none of their chats can hear me. So I'm going to hop back into the call and then I'll let them know and see if they're open to like answering some questions and stuff too.
And then it'll roll it with that accounted in for it.
Okay, that's interesting.
Hello.
Thing. And then it'll take into consideration, it'll add your modifiers. How'd you get a +3 and a +2? Nice.
One's probably proficiency. One is the actual skill.
Ah, touche.
So hello. Welcome. I'm back.
What up, Panda?
So I had when I came back and I realized I said this just to my chat because you guys couldn't hear me and none of your chats could hear me. I was opening the floor up to like any questions, anything like that. I don't know if you guys had anybody in chat had any questions or anything.
No, we were actually bragging about how people should be focusing on being in your channel to get the influence so that they can literally influence the world.
Aww.
And then I may have dropped the ball and forgotten what this D&D campaign is the beta for. It is
Whispers and Warlocks. So
Whispers and Warlock. I was so fucking close.
Thank you for.
I was so close. I said Wizards and Warlocks.
Oh no. Yeah. So if you don't mind me taking a moment just to kind of.
Please.
So right now we are playing this particular campaign I'm calling StreamHollow, which is sort of a D&D focused campaign and is sort of the playground for me to experiment with the new TTRPG system that I'm creating from the ground up called Whispers and Warlocks. And the TTRPG is going to be focused with streaming in mind. So the idea is that not only do we have players in the actual campaign and in the game, but chat itself will be a player as well. So you would be able to join in and help influence the world by being able to spend the sort of like in-game currency called influence that you earn by being in chat. So anybody who is in my chat, you gain a currency called influence that as I'm sort of developing it, you'll eventually be able to spend at any time, not just during the game, but at any time, to be able to receive a prompt for you to create something. And you can choose to get a themed prompt. So if you want to make like a city, or if you want to make like a cult or an organization, or if you want to make just a specific character or an event, you can receive a randomized prompt based on one of those things, or just something entirely at random itself, to kind of help guide you and think of like, oh, I want to make something, but I don't entirely know what. It kind of gives you an idea of what you can write, and then you
hashtag bring old Marin with us as the janitor for the ship.
I mean, you already know, Marin. If you want to do that, that is entirely something that you can try and make happen.
We have an entire island.
You could just get somebody else to come in as a guest character, and they can just be old Marin for the rest of this campaign.
There you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, so things like that. And then as you answer those prompts and like kind of write stuff into the world, that exists. It is a living and breathing world that is constantly evolving, constantly changing. We have a full calendar. So like if it's something that like takes place over a long stretch of time, we can measure that, and like in-game days happen and things pass. So like if it's something like, oh, this is happening over the next 7 days, and the players know about it, but they can't get to it in that 7 days, and 7 days pass, and it's like, oh, well, this thing happens because you didn't get to it. That's a thing. Like, that is entirely possible.
Right.
So that's sort of what we're kind of in the process of creating.
And in the meantime, that means Doc and I get to play D&D.
Yes.
That's true.
So if that's something that interests you, something that you might be interested in, feel free to pop into my chat and hang out, and you build that influence passively, no matter like what time it is. Like if I'm live just playing games or just working on something, you get that influence too. So feel free to come and hang out. Will there be Darklings? Maybe. Maybe you hang out and you create Darklings. You can throw them into the world.
That doesn't sound too good.
Right. Oh yeah, Panda. You owe Gina a hydration.
Oh, of course.
Apparently.
Thank you. Cheers. Appreciate that. Make sure everybody drinking your
I
water.
asked a question about what you're using for the music. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
Oh, yes. For those of you just joining us, I am using a software called Pocket Bard. It's just it has music and ambiance and like weather effects and stuff, and I can also do like one shot sound effects and stuff. So if I want to like, it's changing into night.
Ookie.
Right. So I can do stuff like that. It's a really cool little system. It's there is a free version that is actually what I am currently using, so everything that you're hearing comes with the free version of Pocket Bard, and then there is an upgraded version that has even more sounds and music to it. So can't see on your side. Oh, like the change tonight because it's on you. Oh, no, sorry. It didn't change tonight on the screen. I don't have that programmed in yet. That was more just like me showing that I can do like a wolf's howl if I want to signify night. Which I realize I might have the music kind of low, so you might not have heard it, but there was a wolf's howl.
Oh no, you're good. I've had to adjust the audio a little bit on this end, but everything's coming through okay on this end.
Nice.
Yeah, I heard the wolf.
Perfect.
I reckon with that being said, everyone good to keep going?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, you guys couldn't hear it on my end? That's okay. Hold on. Let me... Sorry, I know everyone is like trying to do things and stuff while the game is going. I did mute a lot of the external sounds so that I don't accidentally get like blasted by something. But hi, Roxy. Good to see you. Hi, Kat. Thank you for dropping in.
Ironically, I forgot to turn off literally everything, so unfortunately everything still works. I'm just doing my best not to let it feed into the mic, so like everybody's fucking with me, but you guys won't hear about it. It's fine. It's fine. I'll survive.
How dare during Prime? I know. Goodness gracious. No, we'll turn them all back on for when we get back into stuff that's not D&D. So for the rest of the month, everything will be fine, I promise. It's just right now I wanted it to not jump scare me while I'm like describing something.
Ow! Damn! Oh, is it really? Oh. Just a reminder, the first Friday of July is the 4th of July.
Oh, nice!
I was gonna say, I don't know if we'll be able to play that day though, just because I have I'll probably have like our son and whatnot.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. We got time. We got
Yeah, I was
all
gonna
of
say,
June to figure out.
I don't know if you
That's
would
a
want to
July-
reschedule.
Right, that's a July Zoopal problem. We're smart. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got it.
cool.
And I'll get my PHP in the meantime. And I should get a fucking book to write my notes. So I'm not. I like typing, but I like writing. In the meantime, I have virtual notes. Too many notes.
Perfect.
It would fill up Steve's notebook way too fast.
All
right.
With that being said, did you guys want to talk about anything else? Bring up anything else before we jump back in?
No, nothing off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm good on this one.
Cool. In that case, we'll just jump right back in, and just like Iced Tea Drink said, you are now fighting a dragon. Sorry.
Hey, an adult black dragon,
okay.
that's that. It's a druid adult black dragon. It's not even like a real one. He just shapeshifted into the damn thing. What?
Just became a dragon.
Just became a dragon.
It's because we were throwing all those people into the ocean.
Yeah. How dare you?
The DM said, I'm done with your shit. Here's a Tarrasque to go home.
I spent a month writing all of this stuff, and you just threw it into the ocean.
Right. Okay, so things to bat around logistically, and list of things I want to ask the tavern keeper, because he will know which direction we need to go. I think genuinely, Doc, we might have to hang out on this island for just a bit longer. Where was it? I had something written down. Born from a civil war from the kingdom that was on the shores from this cliff over 100 years ago. This is Siren's Deep. We're looking for. Okay, so our next bit to look for is things about Namaris, right? Like this underwater goobly gobbly dobbly, right? So, let's say we go back down to. What do you think, Doc? Where do you think we should go to get some more information aside from the tavern?
I mean, aside from the tavern, we could probably talk to the captains again, see if anybody down by the docks has any information.
Ooh, get like some
But
like.
I like the idea of
like-
hitting up the tavern.
Yeah, right. Especially, Panda, what time of day is it?
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Of course, take your time, yeah.
Also, hello, Rad. Yes, we were playing Dungeons and Dragons right now.
Hell yeah, Rat. We're doing this once a month. If you want to swing in more often for it, hell yeah.
Perfect. Time of day. Yes, I'm glad you asked that, actually, because as you leave the mayor's office, you notice that the day has actually progressed a bit. So since you started in the morning, it is now, we'll say, sort of late afternoon at this point with everyone you have talked to and interacted with today.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, with it being late afternoon, you start to see a lot of the ships are starting to come back in. Still more stuff happening, of course, in Salt Square. People are starting to get out and start selling more and buying more. People in the city is starting to like come alive a bit more again.
Ooh. So it's more of a like predominantly like night town per se, with all the nice lights veering off the side. The tavern's going up in a ruckus, I'm sure, at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I reckon our best place to start would be the tavern. Hey, Doc?
Yeah, I don't like the idea of going back in there when there's so many people, but we could do it.
Aye, something wrong? You don't like the big crowds, eh?
I don't like the big crowds.
Like him at all? You wanna wait outside the tavern, watch the door, or I can go in and do like some nice like talking, get some people going, eh?
No, I have questions for the tavern keep as well, so
Yeah.
we can go in.
Are you sure? Because I wouldn't want to put you in a situation where you feel too uncomfortable. We literally just met today. You know what I mean? I don't want to go like throwing you into some shit that you're not too over keen about, you know. And he starts this long-winded theory of why it's important to get out and meet friends. But he understands if you don't want to get out there. But at the same point, it's one of those things where you just sometimes you just have to do it. And by that time, we've ended up at the tavern. And if I ever speak like too much, just let me know. You can stop me at any point. Sometimes I'll just go and go. I've been told I ramble a little bit, right?
I don't think I could stop you if I tried.
At your height, probably not. If you were like 2 feet lower, maybe you'd have a chance. But from this angle, your knees are gone. Nothing else left there. You buckled on the floor, big wrestling, down you go. And it's not a threat so much as a, just like a promise. If you ever need to go down quickly, I'll take your knees out for you.
Don't like the thought of that, but I don't doubt it would happen.
No, like I wouldn't knock your knees out, but I have this really nice. Right. So, right. Let's go. What the hell is the bartender's name? I am terrible with names. The fact that I've remembered Kai for most of this day is astounding.
It's nice and short, at least.
Aye. What was the tavern's name though? You remember his name? The barkeep?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
That's
what
all
was his
right.
name?
Sulla Rig.
Sulla Rig. That's the one name I haven't written down today. Tavern keeper. And he was a half orc, you said?
Orc.
Full orc. Fantastic. Big old teethies.
Always grinning.
Right?
But not
Always
really
grinning,
grinning.
But not really grinning, yeah.
Always grinning, but not smiling.
All right. So, I reckon obviously the best way to do is to push our way into the tavern with all the bells and whistles going off that signal the night sky.
I love it. Yeah, as you enter back into the tavern, you do see that it is filled out quite a bit more. There is a lot of hustle and bustle. This is normally the time of day, Kai, that you would have dipped out and not gone back into your room. But does make for some good people watching if you did tend to stay every once in a while, perhaps. But for now, you can see that Sulla is behind the bar still, rapidly pouring drinks, getting some food prepared, and you do see that there are a couple people who do seem to be employed walking around handing out drinks as well.
Okay. So I think our best bet is to kind of maneuver ourselves over to the tavern. So I do my best to squeeze myself between legs and around other legs and under a skirt if possible, but I am very clanky, so I don't expect much. And shovel my way up to the bar and hop on a stool.
Excellent.
I kind of walk forward into the bar, but with my arms kind of tucked in so I don't hit anybody.
Oi, Kai! Got your spot, Captain! Bring your ass over here, come on! Come on, sit the tail down. Bring it here. Right?
Kai?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, man.
Are you taken
Try
in
not to
by the
talk.
singing?
Yes. The singing is beautiful.
It is. It's nice. It's very sultry. Very nice. I can only imagine the amount of chatter going around it,
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately,
I come in and I sit down at the table with him.
Oh wait, can I do
Oh,
chatter?
no, we're up at the bar. We're on the stools.
Yes.
I can do chatter. Haha.
Hey. Yeah, let's go. Right, we'll get ourselves some of that cranberry. We'll split it for the night and see what we can get out of the nice, fine folk here, eh? And I tap a piece of silver on the bar and go, "Eh, Sulla! Back for a second round."
Oh, if it wasn't the sailor from before. I don't remember catching your name there, stranger.
Sara is talco. Emphasis on that towel. because sometimes I like to mop the floor with those who give me hell. You hear me there, fella? You hear me there?
Talco, that's right. You liked the cranberry, eh?
I got the silver in hand, ready to go.
Would you like to buy a drink from Sulla?
Yeah, I'll grab a quick pint and grab one for Kai as well.
Perfect. Yeah, so you grab you spend the 2 silver to grab 2 cranberry ales.
And as he's pouring them, I say, "I, Sulla, you strike me as a man who prides himself on what walks in here and how people walk out. Sometimes crawling if they can, aye?"
Sure. Held together. I mean, this whole place is held together with salt and secrets, but I do have some rules. You drink here, you mind your business. You fight here,
Aye.
you bleed on my floor, you mop it up. And if you hear someone gasping in the back room after midnight, you didn't.
Hey, aye, as it should. As it should. Now, you mentioned the secrets. Say we had a couple questions. Who would we befriend to find out some more about some of the ongoings here? And perhaps, a little, and I whisper a little closer to him, a little place known as Nimaris?
That old rumor? You're interested in finding out more about the briny deep, are you?
Aye.
Well, can't say I know much about for anything that's actually real, but I have heard a story or two. You might find a bit more from Grinna. She takes a particular interest in that sort of thing.
Grinna. Point
He,
it out to me. Where is she?
Yeah, he sort of like head nods over to the older lady that you had actually remember from earlier today. Still sitting at her same table, still drinking a bit more and tying her knots.
Aye. Okay. So, and I look back at Sulla and I go, and what does she like to drink?
Old Grinna? That is a good question. Let me find out for you.
I mean, if I'm gonna ask somebody for something, I imagine giving them a drink's probably cheaper than buying the information off of them, right? You know. Yeah.
Good point.
Grinna drinks a cocktail that it's a like salted rum. So it is a mixed cocktail with rum, butterscotch, and some sea salt.
And I turn to Sulla and say, "Hey, you throw me together one of those. Let that cost me."
Huh?
I'll pay for that one.
Aye, I can do that for you. Run you 2 silver.
I'll give him the 2 silver out of my pocket.
Beautiful.
And
I turn over to Kai and I go, "So, you want to take the reins on this one? Go see what Miss Old Grinna's got going on there?"
I think I could take a swing at it, sure.
Aye, and I will peruse the. And you see Talco looks over at one of the dresses he may or may not have gone under on his way over. I'm gonna peruse the stalls, if it were.
Sounds good.
So you walk over to Grinna, and what you see is a very stout, short woman. This is a halfling woman. She is much older. She is in her 60s. And she sits at the table, and she wears sort of like layers of like knotted rope around her, sort of like a netting that she has over her clothes, like a shawl. And it's sort of like a ceremonial garb. Kai, you would have seen a couple other people have this same sort of outfit on, because this is the garb of what's known as the rope wives. These are women who are married to sailors who go out to sea, who help tie nets and stuff like that. In particular, in Siren's Deep, this is not just for functional purpose, but is actually sort of a ceremonial purpose, almost like a good luck charm to tie different knots into ropes. Grinna, in particular, you see her tying and untying knots throughout the day, because she unties these knots whenever someone has passed, and then ties new knots for those who go out to sea.
I love that. That's so
Very detailed.
fucking cool. Shit.
Thank you. Like I said, I spent a lot of time writing. Like, I did broad strokes, and then I was like, but I kind of want to go more in detail in this. And so, yeah, that's one of the things that happens in this town.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, if I recognize that, then I suppose I would slowly step over to her with the drink in hand. And I would sort of, not sit down yet, but put my hand on the chair and say, would you perchance be Grinna?
I take it at this point you have not spoken to her before then.
No, I don't think we've ever spoken to her.
Okay. Well, because you've been here for a few weeks, so I wasn't sure if you would have introduced yourself at any point.
Probably not.
Okay. No problem. So yeah, she looks up and she sees that are you offering the drink, or?
I haven't offered her anything yet.
Oh, okay. She
I
looks
just
up.
asked if she was Grinna.
Yeah, she looks up and she says, yes, I am Grinna.
Lovely. I was hoping to speak with you for a few moments. Would you care for a drink and some conversation?
Sure,
And
of
then
course.
I sort of offer her the drink as well.
She gladly takes it from you, and she looks at it, and she kind of gives it a smell test, and she's, oh, my favorite. Oh, welcome, please sit, have a seat. What can old Grinna do for you?
So then I'll sit down at the chair. Hold on one second. All right. So I sit down at the chair, and I would notice that she's untying knots, and just very politely ask, like, has someone passed recently?
Oh, we got word from one of the ships that had unfortunately sunk today. Had quite a few passengers on it, but 'tis a sad tale, but 'tis not uncommon here.
I see. How unfortunate. Grinna, I would like to ask you a few questions about Nemaris.
Oh, what questions do you have for me?
Well, we've spoken to a few folks around the town, specifically the mayor and Scylla, and they mostly defer to it as a rumor, and I was thinking that you might be a little more connected to the ocean. Can you talk a little bit more about it?
Aye. Well, Nemaris is, well, I've never been myself, but it's the town, excuse me, the city of Nemaris is known to be the home of the Watchers of the Tide Mother herself. The Tide Mothers who protects us and makes sure that she remembers everything that happens in the sea.
I see. Have you had anybody come into the town recently that you know of that was from Nemaris?
Recently? Ooh, no, I don't suppose recently, though. Well, you didn't hear it from me, but, some folks say that the mayor is actually from Nemaris. They say that he was born of a Nemarian himself.
Ooh.
I see.
But that's just an old wives' tale. I don't know if that's actually true.
Do you have any information on how one might reach Nemaris?
Reach
Without,
Nemeris.
diving directly under the water, of course.
Oh my. Well, they say that those who drown at sea sometimes don't drown at all, but are rather rescued. You see, we have a pact here at Siren's Deep with the Tide Mother. The folk of this town, we don't attack any of the actual sea creatures. We have a balance that we maintain with them, and that pact keeps us safe. It keeps the tides calm enough for us to go out and sail, though we don't go too far. Reaching Nemeris itself, though, I've never heard of anyone actually making it there, though suppose if you were drowning and you were rescued by a Nemerian, they may take you to their city, should it exist.
I see. That's very interesting. Well, Greta, thank you very much for the information, and I hope for both our sakes that you'll be tying more knots than untying them.
Of course. Oh, thank you. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Actually, I do have one last thing that you might interest you if you're really interested in going to Nemeris.
I am.
Barlow, the captain who hangs out over by the driftmaw at the end of the pier.
Yes, we've met him.
He's recently lost a crew of his own. Damages to his ship, but she kind of like looks to the sides and she like leans in a bit closer to you. I'm pretty sure Barlow owes his life to the Tide Mother, and him losing his crew, that's no coincidence. I think something may have happened. I can't tell you for certain if it has anything to do with Nemeris, but if anybody was going to know anything, and if anybody would have any inkling on how to reach the Tide Mother, it'd be him.
See. Thank you very much, Greta.
Of course, of course. You have a good night, dearie.
You as well. All right. Well, that was some good information. I guess I should try to reconnect with Moose.
If you want.
Well, I guess I
like-
stand up and I look around the bar to see where he went.
Great.
Oh,
Yeah.
I am very not ninjally walking between as many people's legs as possible, and almost pretending to be a little more drunk. Like, oh, oops, sorry, don't mind me. Swing it all around. Hello, baby. Sing your baby. That's not how the song goes, eh? It goes a little bit more like a to the Tide Mother. To the sea, you will find me at the bottom of the hand. My drinks that day, son of a bitch. You see,
Well, I would
haphazardly
approach
makes way back to the bar.
Talcum and ever so slowly spin him around with an excited look in my eye and say, Talcum, I figured out some info about Nemeris that that help us go in the right direction.
All right. Do we have enough to get out of here, or do we need to hang out a bit more?
I don't think there's anything else for us here.
All right. Let's get out of here then, and you can catch me up. And for the sake of prying ears, as it were, you see, he kind of gestures his hands outward. Prying ears. Let's go outside and talk. Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right. Let's go.
So I'll lead the way out of the bar, so there's less legs for Talcum to have to push through.
Damn it!
Sure. So you head out of the bar. The sound of the waves grows as you make your way into an area that is much less populated. And you see that outside of the tavern that it is starting to get a bit darker. The sun is starting to set.
and that the people who were at the pier and sort of unloading ships have finished their duties for the day and have started kind of like either making their way back onto the ships to sleep for the night or are starting to meander their way over to the tavern.
So I imagine, Doc, you catch me up in this time, or what do you want to do with your information?
Yeah, I mean, I would catch you up on what Greta told me, specifically that we could talk to Barlow,
Right.
and
Barlow.
the idea that we may need to be on a ship that sinks if we want to get to Nemeris.
On a ship that sinks. That's a bit tricky. But if it takes us in the right direction, I guess we'll have to do it. Hey, you said Barlow, yeah? The one we were talking to earlier?
Yes, Barlow specifically lost a crew not too long ago, so his connection to the Tide Mother is strong at the moment.
Aye, that makes... You know what? That tracks, and that whole bit about the mayor. And I make it a point to whisper that. The mayor.
The mayor.
You know, I wonder what that... You know, that probably explains his reaction. Did you catch that, by the way? I meant to ask that.
I did. He acted very suspiciously when we had the music box in tow.
Aye, almost like he knew it. Maybe some kind of a memory there. Maybe I got like a little painful bit to it. Maybe he's lost someone. Maybe he's connected there.
Greta said
right.
that he might be from Nemeris.
That's true. Well, let's go hunt down Bartolo and figure out what the fuck he's got going on, eh?
I think that's a good course of action.
Aye. Is Barlow still on his ship? Has he made his way towards the bar? Where's he at?
If you'd like to head over to his side of the pier, you are more than welcome to. It is on the opposite side of the docks from the tavern, so you wouldn't know unless you head over there.
Oh, yeah. Doc, you cool with that, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's a good place to go.
Aye, we make our way.
Sure. You make your way through the crowds of people you are sort of like fighting against the tide of people who are walking towards the tavern, and you are making your way to the opposite ends, right? So you're sort of walking through some people who, some are still sort of like getting the last bits of stuff either back on the ship or off the ship, people who are walking towards the tavern. And as you get to where the drift maw is, as you now know that it's called, you see Barlow sort of like sitting on an old crate, just has a full bottle of rum and is just sort of chugging it right now.
There he is, Captain Barlow.
Tao.
Hey, he's
Tallow?
getting there. You see that? He's
Tallow?
Yeah, you're getting there. You're getting there. Captain Barlow. You remember us from earlier, right?
Yes, I saw you this morning. Yes.
Aye. You see, I grab a nearby crate, pull a little closer, and just kind of sit down, like not too far from him. Captain, I actually have a really important question for you. I don't know how much you're gonna remember of this, so I'll just go ahead and say it. I'm looking for a ship, and the only point of direction I have right now is down.
Down.
You are?
Down? Like, and he like literally points to the ocean. Like, down?
And I give him like a very solemn nod. Aye. We, heard you had a bit of a run-in with the Tide Mother.
What'd you hear?
Well,
We heard that you recently lost a crew to the ocean.
Tide Mother saved you, didn't she?
Aye. Something to that effect.
What else do you remember about that?
Hey. Well, you was sailing out. Just sailing out like normal, and well, ship got a little rocky as the storm came in, and it's unexpected. And
Aye.
hi.
Aye.
Storm took out the ship. Came back to shore,
And
and crew was all gone.
Just you and the ship, eh?
I'll be honest, I don't quite know how I got back.
Any sounds there come off the shore there, Captain? A siren song, perhaps?
Oh, the sea is always whispering my name.
Aye. That it is. You see, for us sailors, that's the way we run it, aye? You're either on the sea, or picking up to go back onto sea. Ain't much of an in-between, aye?
I'd be picking up right now to get back out there. Gotta find me a crew, though.
Say, Guy and I, we're looking to head out in a bit of a direction. Where are you headed there, Captain?
Oh, I be sailing out more and more just to, be on the water, as they say. It's a question for you.
Aye.
You're looking for a ship to go sailing on, and you're here with me.
You're starting to get it there, Captain.
But you know that I just lost a crew.
Aye.
And the dots are connecting for you?
Ellie, it's not that I think you're, gonna run us into the ground or anything, or under the water, as they say. I just can't help but wonder that if your entire crew and I gesture at the ship, relatively survivable hull damage, and you don't remember what took you out, eh?
Well,
Gee,
memory's a bit foggy, as they say.
you reckon you get a few drinks in you? Maybe the city of Namaris comes to mind?
Namaris? Now, where did you hear a name like that?
Well, the walls do a lot of talking around here, and I'm just a really good listener.
I bet it serves you well out on the sea, doesn't it?
Every time.
What you looking for, lad?
The ship. I'm looking
Aye.
for that great ship, Machidna.
Machidna. Machidna. Hi. Okay. And you think Machidna may have found Namaris?
I think Namaris may have found Machidna.
Aye, as it does. So, you need a ship to get to Namaris, is that right? My accent is
About right.
changing so much. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Look, if it helps, I've switched accents twice. No one's called me out on it, and I expect Talco to be a completely different regional variant of himself by the time we come back in a month. All right.
I was going for something
Don't
at
even worry
first.
about it.
I was like going for something at first, realized I hated it, and I've like slowly been changing it since. And I'm like, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. I swear.
Oh my god, I went full fucking like British when I was in the tavern pretending to be drunk, and I was like, "Where is the voice? Where is the accent? Please come back to me."
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good, Doc.
Okay. My OBS just disconnected. Our Wi-Fi went out.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Do you need a minute to reconnect?
Everything should be okay.
Okay.
I've got reconnection protection on the stream, so it should be okay.
Sweet.
Beautiful.
Do you
Okay.
need to be caught back up on anything that's happened, or?
No, it happened just maybe like a minute ago, literally. So.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, as long as you're situated, man. That's all that matters.
I could hear you guys, but you couldn't hear me.
Got it.
Oh, okay. Did you want to jump in at any moment during that conversation?
No, it's fine.
All right. And you know, Captain, when you're riding the seas long enough, the flag tends to change based on where you have to be and where you need to be. And I've always been of a mind where if you're out in the sea, the flag tends to be a bit darker.
Well, I can assure you, my flag, it stays the same. I serve one purpose.
Die. And what be that, Captain?
Well, the Tide Mother, do you know of her?
You know, I'll be honest with you, Captain. I've heard everyone talk about her. What is the Tide Mother? Who, I should say, without being rude to the Tide Mother herself, who is the Tide Mother?
That is the question. The Tide Mother is said to be the protector of the tides here in Siren's Deep. Said to live far below in the oceans. Said to have carved the very cliffside upon which we stand right now. But there be another secret to that. One that most people don't know. All the prayers and all of the offerings left to the Tide Mother, they go to someone else.
Oh.
Oh.
They
And
go.
who might that be?
They go to the great serpent, Nemezar.
Nemezar, Nemezar?
Let me get you the exact spelling here. Nemezar, Nemezhar.
Oh, I was so close. Nemezha.
Nemezhaar.
AAR. I was one H and an A away. Hot damn, let's go. Nemezar. The Great Serpent Nemezar. That is a fire fucking name. And pray tell. I look over at Kai. Nemezar ring a bell to you?
Would I know anything about Nemezar, or just...
You would not know anything about Nemezar.
Okay.
Turn back to the captain. And what's Nemezar? Dare I ask?
Aye, Nemezar. Nemezar is the echo beneath the tides. She who weeps in the deep. She is the one who is long forgotten, one who everyone now believes is the Tide Mother. She cries for those who have forgotten her. You see, because here, the city, the people they may forget, but the sea always remembers.
Sea always remembers. You know, my father swore by that phrase. The sea never forgets. It always remembers. And if you treat her well, she'll always wash you up on the shores that you were always meant to be on.
Aye. Well, I act as a sort of steward.
Aye.
I make sure that the
steward.
packs of old are kept, and make sure that not everyone forgets.
And I hold out my hand to him. You always have to have respect for the old way. Like a code, as some would say in my line of running. It's always important to have a code and to stick to that code. And a man is nothing without his word, aye?
Aye.
So, Captain Barlow, what would it take to get us on your ship?
Aye. Well, first I be needing a crew. I need to be fixing
Aye.
my ship, and then we can talk. You want to help me? Get
Aye.
me some people.
Okay.
And that
Hi.
brings me to the new mechanic. Ooh, thank you so much for bringing here.
What?
So I have had a bit of a mechanic in mind, special. This is not something that is in D&D. Something that I kind of whipped together over the last few weeks, and that is, I knew you guys would be on a ship and be having a crew. Since there is only 2 of you, you have the potential of facing any potential encounters. Like, I can balance encounters to just the 2 of you, but
Right.
I thought it might be interesting for you guys to have available to you, like, sort of temporary NPCs if you wanted to fill out your party more. And
Old
that
Marin. Just Old Marin.
and
no one
that's
else.
the crew. So you need to find crewmates. Obviously, you need to find a lot of people to actually fill up a ship, but specifically, if you wanted to find like potential NPC party members to help flesh out like an adventuring party, if you wanted to go into a place and have someone with skills, someone with like combat capabilities, things like that, to be able
I see what you're doing here.
to
I
like
love
bring
it.
them in and out.
Yes.
This is now your
Wait.
opportunity to be able to search the town and find crew.
We get an NPC to bring Panda along with us on our adventures, written by Panda, but played also by Panda.
Not Panda. Not Panda.
Oh.
I don't like running DMPCs. So no, nothing like
Okay.
that. This is, however, an opportunity for you to discover crew members, add in people that you might find interesting, but also for chat to be able to bring in any sort of NPCs and create them if they would like with their influence.
Yeah. Yes.
fancy.
For the love of God, somebody use their influence and give us an NPC, because Panda won't let me use mine.
I'm gonna throw this out there now. The mechanic to like the coding in chat to actually be able to spend your influence doesn't exist yet, but essentially what you would be able to do, just let me know, because it's all still kind of in like a beta testing phase anyways, and the influence is all going to wind up getting reset eventually. Just let me know if you have an idea, if you want to prompt the creation of an NPC crewmate. Go ahead and I love the number of people who are like already saying like how much. Yes, if you could DM me either here on Twitch or on Discord to give me some crew to throw in there. What I would need essentially is a potential class that they would have, what their favored abilities are, and just like a short description of like as detailed as you would like, or little as or as much detail as you would like about who this person is, any quirks, things like that, personality, stuff like that.
You put a limit on my gambling?
No, I think you actually broke it. Although apparently when you gambled, not only did you gamble influence, but you also gambled your potatoes and lost them all.
Hey, look,
Oh, no.
that's fine. I don't think I can gamble.
Top influence is going to be the command for that there, Gina.
For the love of God, just get rid of my influence, man. Delete the text in the text file. Jesus Christ.
Panda, can you do me a favor and send me another invite for the share chat? Because I gotta see.
Oh yeah, of course, of course.
Oh my dear sweet God. Oh my God. Oh, this is so exciting. So of course we're taking Old Marin. We can all agree on that, right?
You will have to do
I
some
mean, forever,
convincing. But I do
mean,
like that
he
you're
does-
immediately like this. We're bringing Marin with us.
Absolutely. Look, if he's gonna forget anything, it's gonna be where he is every single day. It'll be like 50 first dates every single day for this poor man.
I like that you say that because 50 First Dates ends with her on a boat.
Correct! That's why I said it! And like, I want him to meet Florist and be like, you're the fabled Dolores Florist, the fisted florist. Like, I need that interaction to happen in my lifetime. But yeah, this is great too, because now we get to go explore the town some more, maybe even push a little more farther inland, find other cities and shit, see if we can pull more people out. Or Panda, is that our limit? Is just the city, just mechanically?
Mechanically at the moment, obviously, because you haven't sailed anywhere else, but
Yeah.
essentially kind of what I've been thinking about for World, because I didn't want to flesh it out too much, because again, I want people to be able to spend influence and create stuff that exists out in the world. You currently exist on a coast. There is a mainland, as sort of mentioned. The Sirens Deep exists because people were fleeing a civil war that was happening on the mainland, but there are also several islands that exist out in the waters. So potentially you have multiple cities that you could find on different islands, or you could head into the mainland and find the actual main cities.
We are the shonen protagonists, and we will gather everybody, at least one NPC per island. This is the way. Detective Horse wants a drunken master fighter.
I like it. Let me actually go ahead. I'll put the Discord in chat. Either message me privately on Twitch. Preferred join the Discord, of course. And then you can message me on Discord. But yeah, Sly, thank you so much.
They'll tell you how much influence does it take to make an NPC there again, there, Panda?
I'll be honest, I don't have a price set to it. So go ahead and send me what you're interested in making, and then I will figure out prices later. It's not going to be a ton right now, because like I said, I'm still kind of working out even how influence is gained and earned and at like what rate and stuff. So we'll call it open call right now.
Judging from the amount of influence currently on the top 10, I mean, a couple 100,000 for an NPC sounds pretty good.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I could literally just self-insert my old player characters from my old campaigns. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you all, this is your chance to utilize your influence. Do join that Discord there for Panda's end of things, and make it a point to try and address them either via a DM, or you said there's a dedicated channel for that, buddy?
You know what? I will make a dedicated channel right now for it.
right. And drop your ideas for your NPCs in the dedicated channel. Remember, this is going to cost you influence. If you want to influence the world, it will cost you influence, to be described at a later date. Again, this is session 1, y'all. We're learning shit. But yes, we now have a chance to take your NPC ideas and add them onto the crew potentially. Now the other question there, Doc, should we grab the bartender?
I think we should just grab every single NPC that's possible here.
Excellent idea. Love that. We'll bring the mayor.
We're getting Grenna. We'll get
Grenna. Yeah. All right, cool. So then we have a bartender. We have an old lady who makes us good luck charms. Like, there's our accessory guy, and then we got old Mirren, because he's gonna make sure he brings us all the little trinkets, right? He'll be our salesman.
It might be difficult to take people that have like established businesses here.
We can have established it on the boat. We can put them on the second floor. We can bring people on board, do tours, make money. We could make it a luxury. We could make it a luxury pirate cruise. No, just me.
Luxury pirate. I'm hearing it.
I'm not saying no.
I'm not saying no.
I'm not saying no. Oh no! You know who we need more than anybody on the boat? The little goblin chihuahua from the mayor's office.
We definitely have to rescue that goblin at some point.
Definitely gotta rescue him.
That guy is definitely getting beaten.
The mayor's gonna eat him, and then he's gonna get a new one. And he'd be like, "Don't."
I said beaten, not eaten. Jesus.
Right. Like, I just assume the goblin is Dobby, and I want to save him. And also a cook, yeah, but he's got to have like blonde hair and a little swirly eyebrow.
That's not a reference to anything.
No, nothing at all. I've never heard of that. I just came up with that right here on the spot. Oh, and a green-haired swordsman.
And a green-haired swordsman, of course, yeah.
Of course, as one does, on a pirate ship, 4 swords, one in his armpits, and one in his hands. This is the way.
I love that my Discord is blowing up right now. I love you all.
Hell yes. Luffy, calm thyself. Never. I have big shonen dick energy, and I intend to swing it every which way the sail swings. So, how do we get Mihawk on the crew?
That's post game actually. That's a post game edition.
Sorry. That's
New
our
Game Plus.
right. Ooh,
There you go.
We get New Game Plus. That's not a no. That was a laugh, but that was not a no.
I mean, I do plan on this going for a long time. New Game Plus, that's totally a concept I can get behind.
Oh, absolutely. You just set it a couple hundred years out, or like a couple decades out. Make the kids, you know, the descendants of characters or connected to them in somehow. Even if it's just meeting up with your old character in a bar to have them send this person off on the grand adventure that they finished already. You know, hand off the map, you know, metaphorically and physically. I love shit like that. Like I am all about that. Okay. So in the meantime, there, Panda, do we want to work ourselves in the direction of the area and see if we can grab ourselves a resident NPC, and then between now and next session, you can coordinate with the influence users and figure out what they want to do for NPCs to add for us to potentially run into?
Yeah, I think so.
Excellent. So then I look at the captain and I say, I don't mind getting a crew together. That's the easy part, right? But this is only one small town. And I can't guarantee that even myself or Kai here knows everybody enough in a way to get them to come with us. But what I can guarantee you is I'll bring back... you know what? A good question to start. How many people do you want before we set sail?
Give me 1 second.
Right? Because I figure that's the important question, you know?
I guess this all goes back to the how many people does it take to run a ship again?
Right.
Right. Screw in a light bulb and all that, you know?
Well, okay. Around 50 people is what I'm seeing for a smaller galleon.
Jesus!
Oh,
You don't have to have every single individual person. Like, there can be, like, crew, and there can be, like, your NPCs that you can take with you on adventures and stuff, and people that you know.
Right. I was
so we
thinking,
need to
I
meet
was
50
thinking, like,
individually interesting people. I understand.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
yeah. So, like, hear me out. We take, like, you know, the bare minimum of what we need. Like, we grab the NPCs we want for the meantime, and then fill the rest up with quote-unquote crew that we can hire for the time being. And then when we go to the new islands, we just replace them, like, you know, like background party members. You know what I mean? We just swap them out.
Yeah.
With our custom characters, like WWE, you know?
I'm glad you guys
go to the
all
character
took to that real quick.
You know, the other real question, Panda, and I guess this is more of a question. I imagine I would know this, but on the off chance I don't, or if I need to ask it in character, how much gold would it cost me to hire a crew?
Now that is actually something that you know, because that is something that exists in the book. So aside from like these NPC characters, these sort of special characters that you're going to interact with a lot,
Of course.
normal hirelings actually do have a cost in the player's handbook. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick.
Like, I say we spend the next day trying to recruit every NPC we've talked to today to see who will come with us. Except the mayor. He's not telling a lie, but he's not telling us the truth either. And I don't know how much I trust him on, you know, Davy Jones's ship here. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm convinced there's something going on with Captain Barlow as well. There's no way you get saved by the Tide Mother, lose your entire ship. Your ship is still floating, you make it back, and you have quote-unquote no recollection. Granted, I also didn't roll insight, so I don't know whether he's lying to me or not. I'm taking... But, like, I'm not going to force insight. Tal code is very much of, like, a C code, so he's taking the captain at his captain's word right now. He's got no reason to doubt him,
Yeah.
or insight him for that matter.
So real quick, Roxy, send me info if you would like to be if you would like to have like a self-insert NPC. More than welcome to create a self-insert NPC, but yeah, just send me info. Okay, hirelings. A skilled hireling versus a untrained hireling are two different things. So skilled hirelings typically cost 2 gold pieces per day. Untrained are 2 silver pieces per day. Now, here's the thing. Because you are not hiring them yourself, you're merely convincing people to come and join a ship. Here's the mechanic. So, for crew that you bring that are like these special NPCs, the ones that you like have as like quote unquote party members, effectively what that happens is they become another party member, and so your experience and treasure gets divvied amongst the people whenever you have encounters. Anybody who gets brought onto the ship is assumed to be given a share of whatever treasure the ship finds, not what you guys find. So you have like your own like sort of separate earnings that you get from doing things, and then the ship would get stuff from bigger events. And so that's sort of taken care of in the like questing, sort of like as you get jobs and stuff, like you'll receive payment. The ship will receive payment that helps pay for crew, like hired crew, and then you guys will receive other things as well as you do stuff in the world. Does that make sense?
Kind of,
Yes.
Cool. So on that note, though, there is skilled hirelings and untrained hirelings. Depending on like how many of each that you find will kind of determine the percentage that you wind up getting back. So if you want like a bunch of untrained people, you'll get more money in the end when you do jobs and stuff. But that also means that you have untrained people on the ship, so things will become harder. Does that make sense?
No, of course, which makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like longer travel times, we'll have to, you know, we probably won't recover as fast when we get attacked and things like that. Like little stuff like that.
Yes.
Right. Assumedly so. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, with that aspect in mind, I look back over at the captain and I say, you reckon we get about, say, 50 total people? Enough to run a ship, keep it moving, keep it going, keep it upheld. I can't promise they'll be the greatest thing since sliced bread, but I can get you the numbers. Now, Captain, you said you're a farrier of sorts, right? You like to just travel out.
Aye.
If I get you a pointed direction, would you be alright just going in that direction for the time being? I would never openly, obviously, put you in your ship in a state of disarray, and I'd never go out of my way to make sure anyone got hurt. That would never. After all, this would be your ship at the end of the day, your crew. But
Aye.
if I am, and myself and Kai here, I should say, are working together to put the whole kit and caboodle into it, by all standing just for the sake of it, we'd be first and second mate accordingly, aye?
Aye.
And when the time comes to divvy up the treasure, we all take a good portion, yeah? Nobody take a little bit more, except for the captain, who obviously being the captain.
Aye.
And if the time comes, Captain, and we happen to, say, help you make some of these repairs here, get you situated back up in the sea, how quickly you figure we can be back on the water?
I imagine repairs probably take a week or so, if I had the help.
That works. My registration's here for about 2 weeks. What do you think there, Kai? It's enough time to go parade the rooms, make some friends, bring back some folk?
More than enough time to find some worthy seafarers.
Then, you see, Telco stands up, extends his hands out once more to the captain. I reckon we got ourselves a deal then, eh?
I reckon so.
And he shakes your hand. He grabs your hand, sort of, rather than like shaking your hand, he like grabs your wrist and does the, you know, the.
Yep. Hell yeah. The big shaky shake.
The big shaky shake. The like we just made an agreement shake.
Hell yeah, we did. I look up like deep in the eyes, like, you know, like this is one of those like one of those stares of like, this is like a trust thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Would you like to roll insight on this as you're making this deal?
Yeah, now's probably the time, right?
If you were going to.
Yeah, right. If now was ever the time, right? I set up the motivation for it and everything. Oh, you bitch! That was a 17. Now it's a 2. Look, I trust the Seabearers with my life.
You do. I love your terrible insight rolls.
Same. I'm telling you, I am shit with this, but my athletics is great, my persuasion is great, and if I want to be a dick, my sleight of hand and my stealth are great. I am just a clunky paladin bitch, though, so... You know.
So with that insight check, it's not that you necessarily just trust him with like everything, like automatically. It's more that you get no sense of any reason to not trust him. It is still up to you, though, how you feel about it. But he's not giving you anything that's like feels weird.
The conversation went smoothly. There's no reason to doubt him yet. But being a man of the sea, it's important to remember your colors, and remember that while the code comes first, the treasure is a very, very close second. I turn back to Kai. I say, "You gonna get in on this?"
Can I go ahead and roll an insight as well as the person standing off to the side and listening to this conversation?
Sure.
That is true, right? Like you would be the veritable ear in this case. Woo!
Ooh, there you go. There you go. Damn. And a +3, 21 total. Oh, I love it. So as this deal is being made, like literally as you see their arms interlock, you can tell that Barlow is being honest, like he is being completely forthright with you. However, in the process of them making this deal, you feel a hum in the air. It's not it doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel bad, but you feel like an energy sort of just go through you as this deal is made. One that doesn't seem to originate from either of them, but rather from the sea itself.
Would you say almost like a song?
I would not. But I like where your head is at.
Right.
Incredible.
All right.
Well, very good.
And I pat the captain on his back and I say, "Aye, Captain.
Aye.
I say we get a drink. Forget our night."
Aye. I could use this drink. And he's like through his second bottle of rum now.
Hell yeah, he did. Kai, shall we finish our night off with a drink with the captain? Toast it?
I think we should.
If you'd like, Guy, I don't mind going in, grabbing the bottle, and coming out here with it. Get you out of the crowds just a little bit.
That sounds like a plan.
Excellent. You go grab us a table on the outskirts here. Chat up the captain a bit if you need to.
All right. So are you heading back to the inn?
Yeah, the Tavern Inn, and I'm gonna go in and work on getting a bottle. And Doc, if you have any questions you want to peruse out of the captain.
I
can just back out with a bottle.
Yeah, I don't have anything off the top of my head. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine, man. And hell yeah, I work on getting a nice bottle of I don't know what's something a little harder that the old orc has tucked in the way in there. Something to scratch an old captain's throat.
Well, you can certainly just go straight for the rum if you'd like. That would probably be the hardest thing that they have there. I will go ahead and say that this is about as much as I had like kind of prepared for tonight. We could certainly continue to improv a bit more if you want, but I kind of feel like that is a solid place to end. That way we can also kind of get more of the NPC.
That sounds good to me as well.
Absolutely. Like for a session 1 for getting everything situated, absolutely fucking cool. Dude, Siren's Deep is so cool, man.
Thank you. Thank you so
put
much.
So much work into this, really. It's fantastic.
So like the art, we saw the draft of this. Where did you get this done?
This is done by, hold on, let me look up the name. I commissioned this art.
Did you really?
I did. I felt like it was one of those things that was like, this is a place that I feel like we're going to be coming back to quite a bit, so maybe get this one done up so we can have a nice like backdrop for especially session 1 before we start getting to like the maps where you're going to actually see your tokens on the board and stuff like that.
Yeah. Magnificent, man. This looks beautiful.
Thank you. Let me get you that name though. I have to log into Abdullah Riaz is the name.
Yeah, if you want to
Don't
send me
think
the
I've
link,
ever
I'll
heard of
do at least all of their stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the art is
Hell yeah.
fantastic. I remember you showed us the little sketch of it, so that's like we were discussing it earlier, like how it turned from that sketch to this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fog itself, like the sort of animated fog that you're seeing, that is actually comes from Foundry. But
Nice.
then the artwork itself is all the artists.
Nice. All right, then, gentlemen. Let's say we call ourselves a happy-go-lucky night here. Find somebody to go bash our skulls in with a raid and give ourselves the night.
I like it.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Doc, I believe you were the raider last time, yes?
Yeah. We rated my person last time.
So, Panda, who you got?
Let's see. You know who has raided into all of us several times, and I know I haven't raided into in a very long time. Desert Rose is live right now, and
Hey.
I
Oh, shit, I
feel
love that.
yeah, and I feel it appropriate too because Desert Rose does a lot of like writing and stuff, and
Ah,
this
Hell yeah.
feels appropriate.
hell yeah. I'm down. Absolutely.
So I will get that name here in chat so you guys can both see it as well. Doo-doo-doo.
Okay.
Cool. I am set up for the raid to start whenever you guys are ready. I'll do the countdown.
I am good on this end. Doc?
Yep. Countdown.
Perfect. 3, 2, 1, and start.
We're gonna go raid the desert goddess. Gonna go raid the desert goddess. And by the way, guys, ladies, gentlemen, everyone who's on call, all the pandaroos, and every denizen, if y'all are lurking and having a great time, be sure to follow the Dr. Purrington of the Long Whiskers Hospital. Get yourself some on-call. Take my fucking on-call, goddammit. I don't like being on call, but I fucking love hanging out with Doc. And do be sure to become a glorious-ass pandaroo with the Game Panda Plays. He is our DM, our resident GM, and just an all-around Guild Wars 2 fanatic goodness man. And both these guys are really good friends of mine. And be sure to follow me. I am the Moose King of the Moosey Kingdom, where we are merging that gap between VTuber and FaceTuber. Yeah. We are the Zoo Pals.
Absolutely. And I just want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. This was a super special night, especially just because I love D&D. I'm a professional dungeon master, so being able to have a chance to play D&D with my friends is huge. Thank you to everyone who joined us tonight. I cannot wait to do some more D&D with everyone here.
I'm so excited. Like, next month's start of the session is going to be a veritable NPC grab bag. But the raid's about to start, guys. Shall we?
Let's do it.
Shall.